Hello everyone, welcome. Hello Kovic, hello Neko.
Oh,
How
we
are
started.
you?
I'm sorry.
Uh,
I'm being very fine over here, just juggling with Google Controls.
we are gathered together to continue the Shadow Man Remastered run, let's say.
How you just started was almost like you were starting a eulogy or something.
I don't know how to start. I mean, I'm trying to diversify. Yesterday we couldn't do Shadow Man, so we switched to our backup stream, Deadmark. But today we are doing Shadow Man Remastered, and it's the second episode. We are around 3 hours into the game. I don't know how much this will tell you because it's played by me, so equivalent will be 15 minutes in a Kovic run. And by the way, I added a link to the PlayStation 1 world record run that Kovic did. You can find it on the description. It's terrifying when you'll see the frame rate. For me, it was at least. I don't know how you could stand that frame rate. But nevertheless, is the world record on the worst version of Shadow Man Remastered, and now we'll play casually the best version of Shadow Man Remastered, made by Nightdive, and we'll talk a lot about the history of the development of the game and speedrunning techniques and stuff like that, like usual. But now let's go to the game.
One thing, I hope you can stand my browser crashing, and so you will have to change the comment link.
No problem. Just tell me, and I will add it.
I already said it in our Discord chat.
Okay. I will update it. Just one moment.
It's pretty rare that Opera crashes on me, but sometimes things crash at the most unexpected or unwanted moments.
Okay. And we fixed the Discord also. Everything should be fine now.
Very thumbs up.
Okay. Continue adventure, I guess, or load. I guess it's the last load. Continue. Should be.
Yeah, I assume that continue is like your latest checkpoint, and load is just as the name implies.
Okay, then let's go with
load
the load.
The game.
Because this should be the... Okay, this is the time in the game, I guess. No? 2 hours, 9 minutes?
I assume so.
Okay. Oh, no, it's the same. So it's not the checkpoint, it's the last save. Okay, I don't remember anything. I need to do something here, or I just...
No, I think we just arrived in this cart.
No, we can take this cart away, and there's 2 levers here because you can go to 2 different locations, and one of them is the new location from the remaster.
Okay.
Across the millennia, they have built a cathedral to pain and worship at its altars of blood.
Something happened here. Yeah, I think Kovic's Discord went funky for a bit.
This is the new location, no?
No, this one is
An
an
instant
original
death.
location, like old one, not the new one. I don't want to say old one, but yeah, it is what it is. Because this is a very crucial location in terms of story and level design. It's a sort of hub, actually.
I was
Okay.
about to guess that. Would you say it's a sort of hub?
Remind me what happens when I die. I mean, I want to know if it's better to load or continue from here.
If you die, you just respawn on your last entrance point, which can be this tram or a warp point. And
But
that's all.
I'm not losing
You don't-
weapons or something
you
like that.
No,
No,
you don't
it's
lose
not
anything.
like Doom.
Okay.
It's not like Doom. You
It's not
get
Dark
a pistol
Souls.
start. Oh, Dark Souls, yeah.
Okay.
Only thing you're losing is a bit of progress because enemies tend to respawn.
Hmm. Yeah, it's pretty rare for games that when you die, enemies keep dead. I have actually a hard time trying to remember a game that does that. I know there are.
Well, a game that lets you respawn but the enemies stay dead. Yeah, I don't think there's lots of those. There's obviously
I think
Ga-
Kovic,
games where you
your
can
internet is bugging out a
save,
bit. You
technically
are
just splicing together the perfect.
coming through like in pieces. Do you hear us stable or?
Yeah, I can hear,
Okay, since
which is weird.
yeah, you are coming in pieces, but so what you said a moment ago was completely lost due to that.
We were talking about respawning enemies after you die in
Yeah,
a game.
so because usually when enemies don't respawn, it's a game where you're just splicing together the perfect one attempt with quick saves. Like Gothic, for example.
I know when Game Maker's Toolkit 1 year his game jam was about an unexpected result, if I remember correctly, and then a lot of people made games like where your dead body kept being a persistent object in the world, so you could make like stairs with your dead bodies of your previous runs and games like that. But now that I'm actually thinking about it, usually when you respawn, enemies also respawn.
But I don't remember in Gothic being able to respawn. I mean, you were dead and you needed to load, I guess.
Well, respawn, load, what's the difference?
It is a difference. I mean, I think we were talking about games in which when you respawn, the enemy respawn, or when you respawn the enemies you killed are dead, no?
Yeah. I mean, after you die, if you have to load or you respawn, what's the difference? That's what I was saying.
No, then you don't need to check the mechanic, because when you load, it's pretty clear that you'll have the same state, no, from the moment you've saved. But indeed, it's a difference. There are some games in which you die and respawn, like in this case. And
Doom is a very good example where things change, since when you die you always whistle start.
yeah, and there are other games in which
The level restarts.
In
Yeah,
which
that's
the enemies you killed are still dead. I remember some games, but not from my memory now.
Well, I was also thinking about that, and I can't find one either. Maybe some indie games like I mentioned, but
Well, you could say that this happens when you play co-op, like we did in Quake 2. You die and the enemies remain dead.
yeah, that's fair.
Who's this guy? It's one of the Lost Souls? Dark Souls?
I think Kovic isn't saying anything to not spoil. Or his internet keeps bugging out.
It was time that someone else had problems with the connection. Someone else beside me.
Yeah, I think that's what's happening here.
Yeah.
I seem to recall Jaunty speaking of corpses and gateways, as though the two were one and the same. But how do I make this bloody vessel work for me?
You were asking about that picture?
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's dead again.
No. I'm not yet. Okay.
But I think you are basically as good as that. Or if you can make some crazy ass jumps, but
okay, so who was that guy? Look,
that's Jack the Ripper.
Okay, so he's the guy from the introduction.
Yeah, so this is the Cathedral of Pain. And the whole of Asylum is what they refer to in the opening cutscene. The thing that he was meant to build.
And you can see already what we discussed earlier. So I respawned and the enemies are not respawned.
so you can basically cheese a bit of the game.
No, I guess it has some moments. I mean, if you finish all the enemies in area, I guess they don't respawn.
Maybe in quick saves, since when you died to no, I was going to say something dumb, so I'm gonna end my sentence.
Okay, I need to remember the quick save. Okay, this one.
I think the if you go down the stairs, isn't there an easy way to jump on the border?
Doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, for the other side.
Oh. Ooh.
That was just unlucky, my man.
Okay.
So Kovic, remind me again, those things he is currently picking up, what exactly is the purpose? Is it like currency he can spend later, or?
Yes, that's pretty much what it is. I wouldn't spoil it yet because it's past that boss creature that I believe we skipped last time or avoided.
Avoid it, I think.
Yeah.
Oh dear lord. Okay, now it was hanging for me for a moment.
Well, I guess on the stream we should be okay.
Yeah,
I didn't check.
I have the stream always open on
Okay.
my other monitor, but no, Discord was hanging for me, since my preview camera thing wasn't also moving. So
Okay, I'm not sure if I need to do something here.
I think this is mostly decoration.
Okay, let's go here.
So, Kovic, in Shadow Man, are there individual level speedruns, or is it mostly a full game run?
There's no way to do individual levels because you have areas, but what is the objective of a level? There's no exit. There's rarely a boss. The game has a single open world. It's like asking if there's aisles for Skyrim, pretty much.
Or
Just
like
on a smaller scale because it's the 90s. Morrowind, let's say.
or like a Breath of the Wild. You can have aisles of a dungeon. but
Ocarina
that's,
of Time, if you want something period appropriate.
Yeah. Technically, you could say you could have aisles for the dungeons there, but
Okay,
think-
here's another one. I guess we can check in the notebook, but maybe Kovic will tell us who this guy is, if he remembers.
the guy with the green tank top.
Okay, we still have Kovic.
Yeah, but I think he's trying to figure out what's messing up his connection.
Damn.
Cobalt Friends has entered the chat.
Hello. Welcome. Yeah, we are back with Shadow Man. And if some of you are new here, we always finish the games we start, so we don't have any game unfinished yet. And we are doing this
And we
for
never shall.
over a year, I guess. No,
Close to.
a year. Close to a year.
Let me quickly peek again what the date is, since, if I remember correctly, we are getting pretty dang close.
Okay. Let's see.
Now, it depends on how you want to count. If you want to count when we did the stream, the Game Boy Color stream of Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine, then it's the 8th of October, 2022.
Oh yeah, it's fair to count from there.
If you want to count with the three of us, then, my friends, we have to wait until... Excuse me? Close to a month later, the 5th November of 2022.
Man, you're saying that it's an easier way to do this jump?
I think the easiest way is to jump on the thing of the stairs itself first.
You are right.
These jumps just suck. There's no other way to say it.
And I guess it's one of the reasons that you said that we'll not do a competitionist for these things.
That smile of Kovic betrays anything. Everything.
Oh my god. Really?
In today's stream, Clement tries jumping.
And jumping, and jumping.
Have I ever told you the definition of insanity?
I'm doing exactly the same thing over and over again.
And expecting different outcomes?
Yeah, man, but in games. Ah!
Oh, fucking hell! This kind of moments we need in our 1 year anniversary compilation.
Ah, no. Okay, okay. Sokovic, are you able to answer now who this guy is? No, I guess. One guy from our notebook.
Load up the image so I know which guy.
Ah, I'll go back now. This one?
Okay, I don't remember this guy's name, but he's some sort of military man, serial killer. And his location is one that was cut for the original release and is restored here in the remaster. Because these 5 serial killers are the 5 aforementioned bosses that you need to defeat before you can access the final boss. And the story reason is that they are summoned by Legion, and each of them is infused with 1 dark soul.
And this one?
And they are meant to construct an entryway for Legion's armies to then invade Lifeside. This is the home... how is he called? Home renovation killer, something like that.
Okay, I will.
You should have... if you want to read all the details about them,
they're in
beyond
the notebook,
the
no?
limits of my memory... Yeah, it's the Nettie's file that you should have in your inventory. She gave you when you first saw her. And that's the dossier that has all the lore on these guys.
Clement, are you
believe
expecting
at
me
least-
to read and voice act this?
No, you can stop the stream and read if you want.
Now, I believe at least one of these guys is based on a real murderer who was active right around the time of the game's development, which means the late 90s, like 98 or 99.
Oh, interesting.
And then there's the Jack Ripper copycat, or reincarnation, or whatever you want to think he is.
Clone. Photocopied. Now, I think you're very grateful, Clement, for unlimited ammo. Sometimes in games, it's more fun to have unlimited ammo for weapons instead of juggling ammunition. Hold on. Is there a... Don't look at the side, Clement. Don't. Don't. It's gonna frustrate the... Got them.
Okay, I don't know what I did. Something with electricity, I guess, or something.
Yeah. Kovic stepped away from his desk for a moment, but
It's out after the internet.
his webcam is still on, but
Oops.
yeah. If we have enemies in the room, it's always a good sign.
And but this one are pretty tough.
Yeah.
I mean, they kill you pretty quickly. Okay.
How many souls do we have at this point, actually?
How do I see this?
I think just if you open the pause menu, there's a counter.
And we are not on top of it.
1 or 5? I don't know. Or I don't know where to look.
It looks like 5.
5 out of 120. My eyes don't deceive me.
The sound effects of these enemies are so gross.
5 is not too many. I think if we go back to the gateway, we can also find more. Although I might be confusing it with the original, because some of the Dark Souls locations were changed because of the extra area that the remaster has, which is the other area that this cable car can reach. So I guess number 3. That new location has 4 souls, and they were, I think all of those 4 souls were removed from the gateway to keep the progression the same.
Okay. I guess when I used that lever, I started this disco stuff.
You sure about that, since we haven't been here?
I'm not sure, but based on the sign there, it seems that we can check. I mean, I guess I can Also, stop
Can
it.
you disable the lever? English, speak it, motherfucker. Can you disable the lever?
Like an electrical box, right? That lever.
Uh,
Yeah, that's actually a bit of foreshadowing.
okay, I can't.
For that boss level.
Okay, I guess I'm done here. Or I don't know, maybe I'm missing something. I mean, with these 4 doors. Let me see if I can open this one. Okay.
One with the gecko.
Yeah, the middle one. So I mentioned this area is a hub. So this is you have these 5 corpses, and each of them is a gate between dead side and life side, and they lead to that serial killer's area where you can go and try killing them. But to open the gateways, you need a special item for each of the corpses. So, sorry, there are 5 items in total. One for each gate. And currently you have 0 of them. So this is a place to return to later.
And they will be respawned.
Although you can still explore. Maybe not. Depends. I don't know.
Depends if... Yeah, I don't...
They might not respawn in this location in particular, because it would be annoying. I seem to recall that they don't respawn.
Nice number.
But yeah,
Not
I was gonna
nice
say that
number anymore.
there is still a bit to explore possibly. There are some staircases.
Oh, no. Nothing here. Staircases. In this room?
No, I think in the temple
No,
itself.
I
he
think it's
meant.
in the first room, actually. By first, I mean just the room where the cable car is. There should be like a staircase to the sides. One leads down towards the lava that's at the bottom of this cathedral. And then there should be a second staircase that goes up. And that one is definitely not in the N64 or PS1 releases, and I'm not sure if the area is in the original PC version or Dreamcast.
Ah! That's stupid. I missed them.
Insert beach slide song here.
I guess I can go back there, being a hub.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you passed that big hole in the middle room. Which, by the way, the hole is not present in the 5th gen console versions. Just so that you don't have to render it. But what I was saying, yeah, there's a warp point, so you can warp into this area anytime. Okay, I should clarify, I think the stablest way for me to do this is that I don't watch the stream, and that frees up bandwidth for me to not lag every 10 seconds. I think what's going on, it's been going on for a couple days intermittently. I think my router is just dead, and I'll need to hit up the ISP for a replacement.
That's a shame, my man.
Oh, can
Is
I?
it your router or your modem?
What do you mean your modem?
Well, here in Belgium, you can we can choose, and with the modem, I mean where the actual coax enters your house or the fiber enters your home, and then goes to a splitter for going for internet or for your
I
television
understand.
signal.
I understand, but some of them could also be routers directly, as far as I know.
Yeah, here in Belgium, it doesn't. The ISPs don't set it up that way.
Okay, so I guess I cannot do this jump, Kovic? Or you are not looking at the stream anymore?
Yeah, you can do this jump, but currently you are holding a weapon in each hand, so you cannot grab a ledge. You need to holster.
Okay.
Or, jump across without even grabbing also works. So that's good. This Dark Soul is still here. And if you pause, I think there's just one in this location.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so in the original, there would be two. So one of those got moved into the new location, which is where you could go now. Or maybe first backtrack into the gateway, because I think there should be one there that you can collect.
Okay. And okay, nice. Ah, give me your soul.
Weather update for the moment I'm watching, and it's stable.
Got it.
So, just curious, Kovic, how ISP service currently in the Czech Republic?
Got it.
I think I missed one word in that sentence, which was
Well,
probably a crucial one.
how is the ISP service in terms
Oh,
of how good is the support desk and everything? Since here in Belgium, it's a pain.
I don't know if I can answer that because I haven't had problems until now. It's mostly working dependently.
Yeah, here is the same. I mean, it's you don't have any problems, at least in Bucharest. I don't remember in the last 5-6 years, or maybe more.
Well, yeah, I don't need to make the example like me having a month and a half no internet. Remember that at the beginning of the year?
Ooh.
Yeah, this is the area that's not in the 5th gen consoles.
Is doing something more, or this is it?
So what the projector is showing is some info on the gates, the walkways, or whatever they call them. If I had to guess why this was cut, A, it's a big room, and B, neither 5th gen console would be capable of displaying a texture that's high quality enough for this to be legible in any way.
Okay, but I don't need to jump down there or something like that, no?
If you even can.
I guess I can. Oh. Ah. Okay.
I'm not even being out. Yeah, it's basically giving you hints / lore how things work.
Okay.
I think now it's time to backtrack to Gateway.
One moment. I want to take this to Singy. That I.
That you missed doing
Yeah.
the slide. Because Kovic is the ultimate. Clement is the ultimate completionist.
Yeah, especially in terms of killing everything.
Yeah. Did you know that in post stream from Harad, he went back to the No, I'm just joking.
What? I have one of the levels incomplete.
The torture in post stream.
Okay, now we can backtrack.
His cable cards always remind me on my yearly trips as a child to the Swiss Alps and everything during the summer.
Lucky you. Man, they are back here, all of them.
This is called a welcoming committee. Now, the sound design is good, but it's very funny seeing buff dudes, and then you shoot them, and it's mostly like cries of bugs.
You know, now that you say that, it does remind me of the mine crawlers from Gothic. Similar sort of strange whine.
Yeah. It reminds me of another enemy from another game, but I can't bring it home.
Now, if you got $1 every time I mentioned Gothic in this stream already, you would have $3, which is not too many, but it's weird that it happened that many times already.
Yeah.
By the way, I don't know if you know, or I already told you, Gothic will have a re-release next month on Switch.
On Switch?
Yeah, and it has also a physical release. Man,
That's why he knows it.
Yeah. God the crap.
I'm waiting on the remake though.
Yeah, of course. But for the collection, I guess I will get it. It's an important game for me.
Something, I haven't played it yet.
Which reminds me, we have a theory here in Romania. I mean, in one of our podcasts, we talked about this, that there are some games that were mainly played in Eastern Europe. And Gothic is one of them. And another one that I'm thinking of is Heroes 3. Did you play Heroes 3?
Yeah. No.
Yes.
Wow, so my theory is correct?
I do have the Ubisoft collection in my collection.
Man, but Gothic and Heroes...
From 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, but I haven't played it yet.
I want you to understand, Gothic and Heroes 3 if you pronounce these two games, everyone played them in Eastern Europe. Everyone.
Although I do need to say
I'm
that
not
the first
Eastern
Heroes I
Europe,
played
I'm
was
Northern
Heroes 4. I then went back to 3.
Man, it's tough here.
I'm
And
Northern
everybody
Europe,
hates
man.
Heroes 4.
Yeah, because if you played it after the third one, you had high hopes.
Well, it's very different because the heroes were completely different. But I think it's not a bad game.
It's not, and it's 3D if I remember correctly. The 4.
It's still 2D, but it's presented isometrically in combat. That's the first difference. And the second difference is the sprites are 3D pre-rendered. So the art style is very different. But under the hood, it's still 2D.
I don't know, but the newer ones, did you play the newer ones?
I played Heroes 5 as well. I think that's a decent game too. But then the ones after that, like 6 and 7, I didn't play them.
I didn't even own 6 or 7.
Man, I hope it's worth it that I came here again.
He's playing Peekaboo. He is literally playing Peekaboo. Peekaboo!
But you're not charging the shadow gun though.
Fucking shit. Really?
And you can also equip the Ason and use that for more damage.
Okay. Oh, I forgot about this one. I had the impression that I already have it, but I don't have ammunition.
I feel like a lot of these guns don't have ammo in this game. Or am I wrong in
No,
saying
this
that?
one has ammo. But I have 3 weapons. I forgot.
From what I might recognize is these enemy sounds. Is it from a Silent Hill game? It's gonna annoy me the whole stream when I don't remember which game it is from. And I'm mainly talking about the sound.
Doesn't ring a bell for me, so I cannot help you. And
Okay,
I've played Silent Hill, so maybe it's not Silent Hill.
God of War, like the original one?
I don't know, God of War, maybe these Reddit thingies are present in God of War.
Like the Hoppies.
Yeah.
Cobalt France points out very important thing about Heroes 4. The soundtrack is godly. So good.
He says it's the meh, and the other one, the soundtrack.
I have just 3 words in relation to Heroes 4 soundtrack. Floating across water. Google the song and then enjoy your eargasm.
What?
Thank the Lord.
That's new, I think. any quotes that he says when he's low on health and then you get something. It's like the Doom message. You found a medkit that you really needed.
Thank the Lord.
You don't know this message because you didn't had to be in. I mean, you didn't be in my condition during the game, probably.
I finally remember the enemy
Alright, so that door, have you been there?
No, not yet. I was okay. I will go now.
It are higher pitched Bokoblin sounds, like in Legend of Zelda. The Bokoblin sounds from Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. If you higher pitch them a bit, you have something kind of similar here.
That receptacle is for the engineer's key item that you have.
Okay. So it's not a weapon. I remember now.
Also, Kovic, about that song.
It's a handy shortcut. Because on that bridge, the entrance to the gateway is the warp point for this area.
Oh my god.
It's on time again? No, you made it.
I don't know. It's one of that moments I feel that I'm not powerful enough for this area. And I'm sure it will be much easier later.
But you're powering through it like a
So
champ.
this room is where you would have a soul on the 5th gen consoles, or even on PC, the original. But it's not here because of the new area. So fortunately, this room is useless now.
I'm curious about one thing. We started doing some 3D FX retrospective in the Romanian channel. It's not up yet, but it will be. And we are not yet in 1999 when this game was released, but I don't remember if it had glide support. Maybe Neko could check. I'm curious.
Googling man is going to Google.
Yeah, I'm already on it because I expected you to ask me, but unfortunately I didn't play the original PC release.
So, should I continue on the bridge, or you said that we have another...
Area? Yeah, that's reached via the cable car, because there were 2 levers.
Yeah, okay, so go...
So use the other one. So let's see, what did the original PC version use?
If I just Google Shadow Man glide support, just literally, holy shit, it's going quickly to the remaster.
PC Gaming Wiki says DirectX 5 or 6. One of those. Doesn't seem that glide was an option.
Okay. Not here. I guess.
Climate is snoping out of this area.
Because that was the cathedral again.
Mm-hmm. The Cathedral of... Ouch!
And we have enemies again. So I guess every time we restart an area...
Alright, yeah, this is it. It's the area where I'm the least useful, because I don't have this one memorized. Because it's remaster only. And it's a pretty big area as well.
Oh
but-
my... Blue just found out that we are streaming today. It's our usual streaming night, Blue!
So Kovic,
Hi, Blue.
do you know the history with this area? I mean, it was something unfinished, or they did something new?
As far as I know, the area was originally meant to be in the game in some form. It was in the design document. You will have a cutscene here that's story related. So I think all the voice lines are original. I don't think they like had the voice actor do anything new. I might be wrong. So it was meant to be in the game. It was cut, I assume, for time reasons. Now, I don't know if any gameplay survived. I think the area may be from scratch, because it doesn't feel the same as all the other area. It feels bigger and more open. Especially there's one room in particular.
1990.
It's like,
Sorry that I interrupted you.
well, we didn't play them, but the Lost Levels, it feels like something that they made with the knowledge that the remaster doesn't have to worry about performance in any way. Whereas all the original areas are carefully crafted to perform well-ish, depending on the platform. But here, the rooms are too big, sometimes, in my opinion. So I suspect that they may have just interpreted the design document in a new way to make the area. Unlike the other restored areas, which is the boss areas that were cut, I think those had more content surviving, at least some assets, definitely. Maybe not the entire level layout, but definitely assets were original. Another reason why I believe that this area is more brand new than restored in terms of gameplay is because it's quite hard. There's a lot of platforming here. I think in terms of the difficulty curve, this one would fit more to be like area number 4 in the asylum, something like that. Somewhere around playrooms, I think, would be more fitting. But you have to go here quite early because of all the souls that were moved from the gateway. You need to get at least, if I'm correct, you need to find at least one soul to get the next soul level so that you can go into another area and then possibly return here later.
Oh, it's that hot.
We'll see. I mean, what I like, the way that the original version is balanced, you always have enough souls in each area that you are not forced to collect all of them immediately. You just need to get a portion, and that lets you reach enough high enough soul level to perhaps go elsewhere. So if you actually do maximize everything immediately, you will end up being ahead in the soul level.
A bit like stars in Mario 64. Like, you don't need to do them all to progress in the game.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, first of all, yeah, in Super Mario only need 70 out of all of them, and it's similar here, although you need more, relatively speaking, because there's 120 Dark Souls and you need 95.
I'm just gonna show
At
up
least.
this joke and go
Yeah.
take a quick
Move
bathroom
along.
break.
But yeah, it's like when Super Mario 64 lets you into the basement to get the Bowser key, you need 30 stars. But if you did everything up until that point, you would have, quick math, 54 stars, I think. So, long story short, what I was talking about is that if you do 100% like max playthrough as soon as you can, then you would usually end up ahead of the curve.
Oh.
But this is one exception. Because of this restored area, you need to get a soul here. Maybe 2. In order to progress anywhere else.
Ooh. Platforming.
Yeah.
I guess not even blue screen knows too much about this area.
Depends on if Blue Screen played the remaster.
I see that he's playing it now.
What a timing.
Yeah, and meantime I return.
Okay.
Where does this go? This is so confusing, this level. I always get lost here.
Have you speedrun the remaster also, or only the original?
No. Only the original. That's why I said this level or this area always gives me so many problems. Because I think just on the base level, it's more confusing than the other locations, and I haven't played it that much because I didn't need to route it for anything because I didn't run remaster.
What?
So
You need to
there
keep shooting
aren't-
him when he's like this.
Okay.
There
I think
aren't
all the
any-
enemies have this mechanic that you can shoot them, and then they have a stagger animation, but during the animation you still need to hit them one more time so that they start breaking up and then they release the soul, the health.
So they added any new Dark Souls in this remaster? They just moved them around?
Yeah, they kept the total amount of Dark Souls the same for game balancing reasons. But because they have a new area, they had to
Ooh.
move some souls
Did
into here.
we
This
just
is a great
move
weapon.
cutscene? Did we just skip a cutscene? With picking up
No, it was just a camera angle on the item.
the Skull of
That's
Death,
normal.
but in French. La tête du bon.
Yeah, lots of things are in French in this game. Like the cadeau. Oh look, a Dark Soul.
Now I need to remember, is it la or la tête? If memory serves me correctly, it's la tête.
I want to talk about this weapon because this is a new weapon in the remaster. It's not present in the original.
Nice.
Power of the Dark Souls.
And how did they keep the balance of the game then?
If you
Rigorous
ask me, they
testing.
didn't, because I think the new weapon is pretty strong. But you could argue it's necessary if you play on the new difficulty, the horror.
Oh yeah, I forgot the difficulty name was literally the horror.
Okay. Should I jump
It is
down
the
here?
horror. I don't think you can. I think there's glass in
it's
your
a
way.
glass. Okay.
Reminds me of the Half-Life RTX stream we did where the glass wasn't always too visible.
Ah, yeah.
And we kept running through glass, well, attempting to run through glass.
So now you have the new soul level, which means you can carry more voodoo ammo, and you can charge your shadow gun more, and you can open a new coffin gate to potentially go into a new area. I would hope to find the warp point in this area before you decide on what to do next, because it would be nice to be able to warp here instead of walking here.
Okay, so I still need to explore here.
There's all of these locked doors, and the place where the warp point is the location where you can unlock these doors. There's like a bunch of buttons there. I wish I could navigate you more precisely, but I like I said, this area is a maze to me. But I think you want to follow the red trail back.
Follow the red brick road, or however that bloody song goes.
Okay, but I cannot open here.
Yeah, this is closed. But this is not closed, and I think.
Okay,
Where to
I'm
go?
back here.
You could jump to that platform, and then there's a ledge where you see the red item.
Okay.
There's a ledge that you can shimmy across. Just watch out for the steam. Don't get hit by the steam.
Okay,
Because you
fuel
will fall.
come out. Now the sound design for knowing when the steam comes is pretty good.
Yes, the Steam sounds like Steam. Good job.
And it runs on Steam. The game, I mean.
I have it on GOG. Because they just happened to have the sale when Steam didn't. So I bought it there. Now, is it open there?
Where?
Above the pillar. See this pillar? There's a corridor there. I think it's open.
Yeah.
Why is this such a common trope in games like big pillars with fire spewing out of them?
This one is closed.
Yeah, this is closed. Does it lead anywhere else? This is breakable, for sure.
Okay.
Do these enemies even attack you?
Yes.
Oh yes. They steal your life force. And if you kill them, you get it back. And I mean that literally. Not like your regular enemy, which just gives you damage. The more these guys take away from you, if you kill them, you get more back. So for example, this last zombie that Klamath killed, the pickup from that gave back 2.5 HP.
So it's not a free
There's souls here.
save health by not killing them enemy.
In case you're interested, the game displays 5 health notches, but internally you just have 1000 health for every notch, which means it is possible to have like 2.5 notches or 2.1 notches, and all the attacks do a different amount. So that's why sometimes it looks that, especially on the Nintendo 64 version, because that version, for whatever reason, doesn't display like a half a notch. Maybe they just wanted to save on the texture or something. So on the Nintendo version, you only lose the notches in like full notches, like if it were an integer, and that means that sometimes it can look like the same attack does different amount of damage. Sometimes you lose 1 notch, sometimes you lose 2 notches, and the reason, or 0 notches, and the reason for that is because you actually just lose an exact amount of health. And the notches are purely visual. So you have 5000 health right now, and I guess it's quite obvious from the HUD that you are able to have more in the future. And so each extra notch is 1000 more health.
Man, that must be so confusing for wiki writers back in the day. Like, this attack can be like between this and this. You know what I feel like? Some coffee.
Oh,
I was
coffee
actually
time.
researching the health for the PlayStation speedrun because I was having a lot of problems with the final boss. So I started by well, first I was experimenting with like different soul levels, because it first looked to me like I was not even damaging it. Like for a moment I was afraid that I might not be able to speedrun the PAL version because the boss just would not die. And it turns out that I think on the PlayStation the final boss has some sort of armor that reduces incoming damage by a flat amount. And that means if I had too low soul level, the shadow gun was too weak, and it did possibly no damage or very negligible damage. Unfortunately, I was never able to find the health counter for the boss, only for the player character, which is why this is all a bit hazy. But by finding the player character health, I was also able to discover exactly how it works and how much damage the boss attack does. And I found out that there's one attack that's significantly stronger than the other attack, and that influenced how I fight the boss. If you watch the PlayStation speedrun, you will notice that I just stand in one place, because in that place I do not get hit by one of the attacks, and it's the stronger one. So I stand in a place where the stronger one doesn't hit me. The weaker one does, but I can tank that. I'm okay with that, because it's only 300 damage per attack, whereas the strong attack is like 2000 or something ridiculous.
We had something like that in the original. I know that we didn't have this area, but this kind of shadows and lighting.
No, this is definitely all the new improvements coming from Kex, because the original was light mapped quite plainly. I don't know the exact implementation. It could also differ between platforms. I would assume that it was vertex lights. By the way, I think you can grab the ledge leading to the door that you open there, because there's a very conspicuous bump in the floor that I think will give you just enough height to be able to grab there. You just holster your weapons. I can also tell you that there's definitely no real colored lights in the original, so the fire would not give off this orange color.
Okay, so this is from... Okay, I need to go back, no?
I see, so this was like a shortcut then.
I remember another door. I'm wondering if that one was opened also, or was just dark, dark zone here. I guess that's this is it.
I guess so.
Okay.
So let me ask then, what was the point?
I got...
Well, we
I
got a
got...
Dark Soul.
Yeah.
A Dark Soul, yeah. So, I'm sorry that I haven't committed a lot of things to long-term memory, but what were the Dark Souls used for again? Like power-ups?
It's the main collectible. It's like the Power Star in Mario 64. So you need to get a lot of them to complete the game, because they open doors for you. As your soul level increases, you can open doors with a stronger barrier. And also, on top of that, in Shadow Man, you personally increase in power as you collect more Dark Souls.
That was just unlucky, Clement. I think you were just a pixel or two off.
Honestly, at this point, I would almost be tempted to die and respawn, so that you can go from the start of the level and maybe pick a different turn somewhere.
Me dying. Okay.
Me saves coming.
Let's see.
See if anyone respawn.
Okay. So we are done here for the moment.
No, I would still want to find the warp point. I just need to figure out where it is. As in, like, I will see some location and suddenly it clicks.
Laughing in recognition for other games.
So, did you go there, like through that
no.
corridor that's down there?
Oh, no, I was here.
Like, so
I
here,
guess.
and then you went where?
Here? No, I was here.
You
That's
were here.
the first area, I guess. But maybe I have something opened now.
Maybe. The door to the left here was closed.
And then you
What's-
went to the right here?
He went.
No, wait, this
inside.
only
Yes.
leads into the lava. I remember.
Okay.
There's nothing here. So you had to go through there. Okay, so where is another turn that we can take?
Blue can maybe tell us too.
Should I make the jump here again? Let's see.
I think I know where to go, actually. Through here. Because then, right, there's that slope that you went down that you cannot return to. But if you go across that bridge,
This one?
not this bridge, no, the other one. So last time, I think you fell down here somewhere. And that's where all those platforms were and stuff. But if you go across this bridge here, I think you will reach a different area. Or a different part of this area.
It was something closed here, as I remember. Yeah.
Okay. Can you jump across here? Yeah, now it's time for safes coming, I think.
I thought you were going like, and with this precise speedrunning trick, you can pass this gate.
Oh God. Okay.
Clement, don't be afraid to save scum.
Probably go around the pillar, or at least shimmy around it.
Okay. Works. No.
I thought if you like grab the pillar and then shimmy around,
I can't.
you need to tap backwards first because now he's in the propped up animation.
Okay. Nice.
Do a Tomb Raider.
Yeah.
Speaking of Tomb Raider, what do you think about the remaster coverage?
I only saw the trailer. I think that's the only media we have,
True.
and I think it looks fine. Like the new model is cool, although I think her resting face is kind of weird.
Yeah, she now has a resting bitch face.
What the fuck?
And in terms of the textures, I think they're fine.
Yeah.
I saw Chris complain about the textures. I don't know. I don't have an opinion on them really.
Chris, who
to be fair, I
dropped
think
by
we
in
mainly
our
didn't
chat
see.
sometimes.
Yeah, I think we just don't have enough images yet to make a real judgment. Same with the lighting. I think there was, for example, I think there was a screenshot from one of the Egypt levels from Tomb Raider 1 that I felt like the light is kind of weird. Like it's too bloomy, too orange. We'll see how that goes. I would say my confidence about the product is quite high because it's Asper who's working on the remaster. I think they're
Working or publishing?
Okay, I was here.
No, they're a development studio, so.
Because yesterday, Clement and I think it was post-stream, were talking about it, and I was looking up which games they developed, and it was the Knights of the Old Republic, Star Wars. If memory serves me
Right.
correctly.
They did a surprise patch nobody was expecting for Knights of the Old Republic 2 on PC, which brought widescreen support and modern operating system support and integrated mod support with Steam. All good stuff.
Holy shit, that's a nice patch. If everything is working perfectly.
Yep. It fixed the FMVs because the original FMVs are very low resolution and they didn't scale. So that was a great patch for KOTOR 2. It meant that you no longer need any fixes for the core game. The only thing they didn't fix is some of the HUD elements are still stretched. The game itself renders in perfect widescreen, but I think, for example, the character portraits would render stretched, so you can still get a mod that fixes those leftover HUD elements. But for the most part, KOTOR 2 is now perfect out of the box, unlike the first one, which unfortunately never got an equivalent patch on PC. They did also mobile ports for KOTOR. They did the first game first, and then several years later they did the second game. So for some time, if we're talking out of the box, like performance, visuals, and stability, playing KOTOR 1 on your mobile phone was better than playing it on PC. Of course, you can still patch the PC and then it runs perfectly. I'm actually playing it right now. I don't know if it showed up anywhere because I play it on GOG, not Steam.
But
Thing
there is also a Xbox version which got the 4K treatment, like Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb.
Backwards compat?
Yeah.
Oh.
Both games are backwards compatible.
I always thought... Yeah, but you don't want to play the sequel on console.
And also I have the Switch version. I don't know how it is. The new release. I got it on a big box from Limited Run.
As far as I know, the Switch should be equivalent to the patched PC version.
Okay, then it's a good one.
But yeah, you don't want to play KOTOR 2 on console. You don't, because you cannot mod it on console. And KOTOR 2 is infamously was very cut down. It was very rushed. They were forced by the publisher to get it out for Christmas. So there's so much cut content, so much important cut content. And there's a very big and very loud mod for the PC version. It's the DSL RCM, the Sith Lords Restored Content mod, which gives you all of that back. Almost everything, like 95% of content is restored, fully integrated back into the game. It also fixes a lot of bugs and stuff. Like the loot table was all broken. You couldn't ever get half of the items in the game because the loot table was just broken.
Holy shit. Also, I am looking through the whole Wikipedia list of games ported by them. And damn! They worked on a lot of games.
I played KOTOR 2 back in the day. I guess I played a really bad version. This is anyway what I remember, that I didn't like it too much. And do you think it's worth it to replay it?
If you've never played it since like a long time ago with only the original version, then definitely. It's so much better with the restored content. It's not even funny. So if you have it on Steam or GOG, definitely give it a go. If you get it on Steam, you can install the mods through the workshop, so it's just one click of a button and works like a charm. If you get it on GOG, then you need to install the mods yourself, which means going to deadlystream.com, which is the main hub forum for Coder mods.
Now, I was looking at their games they ported, and guess what, guys? It's not the first time they worked on the Tomb Raider series. Their third port was Tomb Raider 2 to macOS.
Ooh.
Like,
In 1998. And a year later, they did Tomb Raider 3 and Tomb Raider 1 to macOS. Why the hell did they do 2 first and then 3 and 1 later? I have no clue.
I assume they did 3 when it came out, and they probably figured like, yeah, we can do 1 as well to have the whole catalog.
Kovic, I am backtracking. I don't know if I'm doing the right
You're
thing.
backtracking, and did you find anything there? Since you're already backtracking.
I found a fan that doesn't allow me to progress.
Okay, but there's way more these silver platforms that you can jump across.
I was there, but
Surely those lead somewhere.
I opened the shortcut, I guess.
My memory serves me correctly. There should be like a skeleton key, engineer's key lock that opens up those closed doors that are the crushers.
Yeah, I did that.
That happened.
Look, that one.
Okay, and where does that lead to? There was also a door like that in the previous area, so I guess could backtrack there, but where does this lead to? And also there's like a slope there.
Yeah, but that goes back into the lava.
Ah, I see, okay.
Ah, yeah, this door is closed.
Ah, okay, my bad, sorry. In that case, yeah, backtrack and find that other crusher-like door that was closed. It should probably be open now.
Spear also worked on porting the Harry Potter games and returned to Castle Wolfenstein.
Return to Castle Wolfenstein to Mac, maybe.
Yeah. They did a lot of ports to Mac.
Where does that door lead? I wonder if it's a
It's
more
a
efficient
shortcut.
backtrack.
Ah, yeah, okay.
I finished Soldier of Fortune on PS2, and I could do Return to Castle Wolfenstein next. See how that goes.
What did I do this?
I'm still looking through the Aspire port and publish list. So, did you know there is a game about Law and Order?
Ah, it leads here, I see. Because
Yeah.
there's that slope that you can't go. It's actually not useful. Because that closed door was past the bridge, right? So now the fastest way is to die, to respawn, and then go back there. And you can reach the corridor that leads into this area much earlier than going down all the slopes. Here you can make a jump there from the first opening.
Here?
Yeah. Because you don't take full damage. You can just jump down.
It feels like a skip.
Well, I guess it technically is a tiny one. Very efficient movement. Feels like an Infernal Machine skip, that's what it does. PC version.
Oh yeah.
I wish I could show you the new strats in Temple. It's so good.
Oh, but I have seen the run on the Discord, and I was like, damn, I wish I had the patience to grind those things out.
Did I show you
What was
anything
it?
from Temple?
It was either Discord or I clicked the link on speedrun, but
I didn't post anything from Temple yet.
oh, I'm sorry. You're totally right. I'm confusing with your other records you did.
You are doing too many records, Kovic. That's the idea.
I didn't do a full Temple run yet. I just did the new strats that I want to implement into the run. But one of the strats is giving me problems with consistency. But it's so good. It's such a cool strat. And I love that I'm the one who found it. Because I never find anything. It's always like blue screen. Finding weird shit.
Yeah. Well, you did find some things in the Game Boy Color version. Like some minor optimizations, like in Babylon.
Or Lagoon.
Or Lagoon.
That's the best thing I found, I think.
Yeah. And I think in almost every run I did currently, I implemented it. But if I ever find the patience again to do a full game run, and a full game treasure run, and a full game treasure run with Peru, I should implement those tricks as well, since those aren't always there. But Volcano is my arch nemesis. There are some jumps there that if you fail them once or twice, you might better reset your run.
One of these corridors. Oh, this looks promising. Oh yeah, that's the warp point. We got it. Now you can always warp back into this room.
Ah, I opened that one.
Opens. There's if you go through that vent, you'll find more of these locks. Let's
This
call them
one?
locks because they take a key. Yep. Need to put away the weapons so that you can grab.
Ah, fuck. Okay.
I think I know what I'm gonna buy next on Switch. I want the Shadow Man Remaster added to my collection.
There is also a physical version.
Ooh.
I know, but I currently don't have the budget for it.
Yeah, me neither. It's around 60-70 euros.
Yeah, since I hinted in pre-stream about it yesterday to Clement, but I'm gonna double check so I don't tell any lies or things that are not true.
What the? Really?
So,
Exactly.
I got a new console added to my collection. I can't currently show it since a good friend of mine picked it up for me. So, and he is currently on holiday, but it's safe at that place, and they are gonna bring it to me by the upcoming week. But I got a Sega 16-bit Mega Drive with 2 controllers and like a collection cartridge with 6 games on it for the Jones price TM of $100.
Huh.
Which is a pretty normal price for that console nowadays. So, which is kind of ironic since in the streams before that we talked about our least favorite console, and I said basically every Sega console. So, hey, whoops.
Did you know that Dreamcast initially planned to have 3D FX inside?
Yeah. I had to think a bit first, but I heard it once, I think, on the Did You Know gaming video.
Oh man, I'm pretty lost. Ah, fuck, and I loaded.
Depends on when you
How old is the
save.
save? I mean, we got the warp point. We can fuck off.
Exactly.
Okay.
Do you though? Now we will see. Yeah. Okay. Good save. Or you can take the corridor. How many locks did you open actually? Because I think there's 3.
I guess I opened 3.
So all of these should be open then.
Yeah. This is open. Okay.
Excuse me.
Huh?
Oh, I thought first it was like an engineer's key thing.
Yeah, me too.
So, burn the fucker, burn! Burn! make them nice and crispy. I was about to say, let me guess, now that torso comes alive. Now,
Okay,
a totally
let's
different
go here.
question. Are there any Easter eggs in this game that are known? I have some vague memories of seeing Shadow Man once or twice on the Easter Egg Hunter YouTube channel.
If you ask me, I don't know. I guess Kovic would help. Maybe. What is this?
I Google Shadow Man Easter egg. The first thing I find, Easter eggs in
Nettie said that
Shadows Black Ops 3.
more powerful could release a dark soul from a Govi. This is bad. Real bad.
This is the story moment. I guess it's not too crucial, but you missed the discovery step that in later Asylum levels there are souls that are not inside Govi that have already been released by Legion. And it's you just find them. Like there's no acknowledgement or big deal made out of it. And here you with the restored location you have a little cutscene here.
Okay.
And I guess there should be one more side room where you find the first body of the true form.
So I was here in all. You mean this one?
No, the other one to the left. First left room. No, okay, so it's in a different place, probably later. Then.
So we are done here, no? I guess. Oh, this one? Ah,
That's a
that's for later.
shortcut. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would warp to somewhere else. We can go here later if necessary.
You wanna know a funny thing, Clement? I'm googling Shadow Man Remastered Easter eggs. You know whose stream is the third result in Google? Totally
one.
not ours. Totally not ours. Totally not
Yep.
being sarcastic.
Warp, please. I don't want to be here any longer. I hate this location.
Okay. So how?
Open the inventory and use the teddy bear.
Okay. Where should we go?
I would go into the Path of Shadows. That means the Prophecy Chamber. And since we have soul level 3 now, you can go into the Temple of Fire.
Nice. But I will need a refill.
Temple of Fire is location I like a whole
Oops.
lot better. Some enemies here. There are dynamic spawns in this game. As your soul level increases, more enemies will appear. So that's nice.
Okay. This one is open. The next one, I guess. Here? Or
Now
no?
the gates are mostly linearly sequenced, so you go through this is the soul level 1 gate, and then there's a soul level 2 gate, and then there's a soul level 3 gate.
Okay, but I will do a refill now.
Yeah, pause if necessary.
Okay.
So, I'm actually lately working on finishing all my personal projects so I can have more time for writing and more time for improving those Game Boy Color records on Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine.
When
And
PC runs.
never.
What? You have IGT now. You can quick save and quick load. It's no longer a grind.
No,
You get anything.
no. Because I just inserted a cartridge again in my Nintendo DS. Yes, I'm trying them again.
Too bad you can't quick save there.
Exactly. And yes, the headache medication is next to me when I play that fucking piece of shit.
Open on Amazon, and people who recently bought DS cartridge also bought antidepressants and a rope.
Yes. And a ceiling fan. To go wee like in Temple of Doom. But yeah, the main problem why I think the game hasn't been speedrun yet is because of two shit mechanics. First of all, the combat is just broken beyond belief. You know how the combat works? By swiping on the fucking screen on the enemy, and if they block down, you need to swipe from up to down, and if they block up, you need to swipe the other way. But here's the thing, by the time you push the stylus down to make the swipe, the block animation changes.
Is the stylus not very responsive? Is it like bad?
No. The block animation just changes too quickly for a human to react properly sometimes.
Okay, I thought if it was hardware related, because that's
No.
also a factor I think with touchscreens always.
Oh, and let me tell you about another thing. Because it's on the DS, they need to insert gimmicks. And what is a gimmick on the Nintendo DS? The fucking microphone.
Oh god.
Yes, there is a bubble blowing minigame. I'm not shitting you. There is a bubble blowing minigame, not once, twice, but almost in every fucking level. This joke is causing me a lot of stress and pain, but I'm gonna see it through to the end.
So you're doing this on real hardware, right?
Yes.
Because I was thinking, in terms of like try hard, it would probably be easier on emulator, because some of the shit might be easier to deal with.
True, but for the run, I want to have some experience on real hardware, since on real hardware it's less easy to cheat. And what I mean there is you can train yourself by save states on an emulator, but on real hardware, not that really.
I
There are
totally
some
understand the
there are
desire.
some flash cards that do support save state functionality, but I mostly never get that to work. And I have the real cartridge. Why use it on a flash card? I mean, but the game is beyond mediocre. Beyond. How the fuck do you record a DS? Either an emulator or just old school pointing the webcam or a camera to it.
If you have a good camera, I think pointing a camera at something gets a bad rep. Because cameras are pretty good. I mean, you could probably even do it with just a phone. Point the phone on your console, and it's gonna be pretty good.
Or this webcam I'm using.
Yeah, and if you have a good webcam, then even better.
Yeah, this
Right, like
webcam
direct
takes
capture.
1080p.
Direct capture was much more useful when your average camera was shite, and
True.
it was better than doing videotapes, right? Like the 20-year-old Mario and GoldenEye runs done on tape.
Yes.
But these days, I mean, having a capture card is definitely nice, but it's not necessary because everyone has a decent camera at least, if not a great one.
And they take it with them every day.
Okay.
But do you need 3 hands? Blue, shut up. But yeah, Clements, I just also restarted attempts for another painful game. It's one you sorta played. The
Me?
side game in it. Yeah.
Oh,
We booted it even up on stream.
I don't recall now.
Staff of Kings, my man.
Ah, Staff of Kings for DS. That
Yeah.
one, never. I mean,
It's pain. It's just pain.
I mean, I know you said the game is bad, but do you need to call it Staff of Kings for the ass?
For the nudes.
but do you play it on real hardware or on emulation?
Yes.
Okay.
No, while you're away, I basically explained that because it's easier to not cheese and to train more effectively on real hardware, since on emulators, even Kovic is not gonna fool me in saying that on grind runs he never used the save state features of an emulator. It's every speedrunner does that.
Yeah, save states are great, but I always respect, and I try to do so myself, like do a run on the original hardware, because it makes a difference, and not necessarily in just performance, but everything, right? The different input device makes a difference. So
Exactly.
I firmly believe that. So for example, okay, who will continue?
Yeah, no. Continue the story.
Yeah. So for example, there's that, like big Super Mario Bros. 1 speedrun by that player that's like being loaded now because it ties the task run up until the last level. And like, yeah, it's definitely a hugely impressive run. Super Mario 1 is an incredibly difficult game, but it just doesn't hit the same for me when it's done on an emulator on a keyboard, because a keyboard is so comfortable compared to a real NES brick. The brick is so bad in terms of ergonomics, and if you do those runs on real hardware on that silly brick, I will respect you more than if you play on keyboard. I don't want to say respect, like I will find it more impressive if you do it on the brick than if you do it on keyboard.
Yeah,
And that's not like it's super easy on the keyboard. No, definitely not. It is
No.
hugely impressive, but if it was on the brick, it would be even more impressive. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
So
and
for me, the real legend of SMB1 is Miniland, because that's I think the best real hardware runner.
and with
on the
that,
boards.
we are not gatekeeping anything in terms of speedrunning.
Okay, so I'm on the right track, I hope.
Nope.
No?
Nope.
Okay.
You went into the wasteland, which is the soul level 1 area.
It's a waste to go there.
But didn't you say that you go through the first portal, then the
Yeah,
second?
then you go through the soul level 2 gate, which is down here.
Ah, okay. This one.
You will see already the soul
Okay.
level 3 gate. These freaking bugs are not there on 5th gen consoles. I don't know if they're in original PC, but here there's just random bugs here. Or what are they, like caterpillars or something. And they are so annoying.
Shadow Man mad, Shadow Man smash.
They sped up the animation of opening these coffin gates
This should be
in the remaster.
La Lune.
L'Eclipse.
L'Eclipse la Lune. I think that's the eclipse of the moon.
If you want to hear about that, you can warp to Nettie. She will probably say something about it, but not necessary.
I guess we have some more there, but let's continue here for the moment. I mean, I think we have more than one conversation with her now. If I'm looking here.
Like she's an NPC now, and she is just standing there with 7,000 conversations queued up. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Come on here, you motherfucker!
The classic RPG like companion, totally in Kodor all the time. Like you want to talk to your NPC companion, so enter the ship, you have a dialogue, then you exit, then you go back again to have a new dialogue.
Do you know by any chance the YouTube channel Viva la Dirt League? Since they take the concept of all these things of RPGs and MMORPGs and everything into real life skits, and it's sometimes funny as fuck. Like the first player who hears the whole dialogue of an NPC in an MMORPG is just one AFK player.
My favorite sketch by them is the Dark Souls rolling sketch.
Yes, that's a good one.
We were made men by the roly-poly. Undone by the roly-poly. Dear the old roly-poly.
They have such amazing skits.
Before I go, teach me the ways of the roly-poly. In the words of the ancient roly-poly masters. Get good, scrub.
And when you see their behind the scenes content and the bloopers, you clearly see they are just having fun and not being a business pumping out all those videos.
Ooh.
Or gates. Here's a funny little difference. So the lava pool has this structure in the middle. On 5th gen, there is nothing like this. It's just the lava. Because polygons. And this ramp that goes out of the lava, it's not suspended. It's solid, made from rock. Because that also saves polygons. How did you live that?
Can I get that?
No.
You're definitely not intended to get it yet, because you cannot walk on lava. Spoiler alert, you will be able to walk on lava eventually.
I had no idea. And if I said that sarcastically or not, that's up to you, viewer. That's up to you.
Use your imagination.
Imagination! I tried to do my best imitation, but it was pretty shite, I think.
Spoken of in whispers at the dead-side margins, in the hushed and shivering tones of the lurking, lurching revenants. These ancient places, blood temples to the lower, where the dark souls did find their secret corner, hidden by the sanguinary sisters steeped in voodoo lore.
How do you get stepped in lore? That's a phrase I don't understand.
When you're walking and then you reach up your shoe and like, ew!
Another lore.
Unexplained lore!
So as far as I'm concerned, this is the first proper dungeon of the game.
The lava temple.
Well, in a way, they're all lava temples, you'll see. It's a little frustrating, because this one is called Temple of Fire, but then you get a temple that has even more fire, but the name was already taken.
And they just didn't start calling this temple like the very hot temple. And then the other temple, the even hotter temple. Now I'm curious, how easy is it to sequence break in Shadow Man?
Well, that's a very complex question, because it depends on the version, of course. Because they all have vastly different tech in terms of possibilities.
Whoa.
We can start with the remaster. I don't know if I even touched upon this properly in the last stream. Right.
No,
The
I think you
remaster. Yeah, let's. Even if I did, we can do it again. Who cares? The
Exactly.
remaster has the bunny hopping from side jumps. I don't know if you've noticed, Clement, that jumping sideways is really fast. And in the remaster, you can chain the jump as well. Pretty much, yeah. I know he's playing on a controller, so it's gonna be harder for him to like really use it, because you need to make some tight turns, and the air control is not too bad, but just flicking the camera fast enough, it's probably not possible with a stick. Whereas with the mouse, it's fine. But so you have this, and you can use it occasionally to sequence break, but otherwise, the remaster in the normal mode is pretty like well protected, but then you have the cheats, and some of the cheats change your character model. And there's a glitch with the cheats where if you jump and then you open the menu and you toggle the cheat on and off a bunch of times, for every toggle you will sort of jump again, essentially, is what's happening. So you
We are doing
jump,
a
open
sonic boom.
Yeah, you just catapult yourself hugely. And with such massive jumps, it's easier to sequence break anywhere, or you can even jump out of bounds and then, launch incredible distances. To be able to do that, you need to have the cheat. So the most popular category for the remaster, don't go there. That's going backwards, like out of this area. If you jump across these two platforms in front of you, there's a pool of lava that you didn't go into that you can swim in. That's where you want to go.
Take a refreshing dive, while Kovic continues his explanation.
So the most popular category for the remaster, or I guess category of categories, anything New Game Plus. Because on New Game Plus, you have the cheats from the start, so you can do a lot of skips.
And in the original?
The original... Okay, so the original PC version, for any percent, it's the second fastest version, because there is a huge... or the tech there is you can roll sideways up slopes. If you roll into a slope, you will not slide down. I wish we had something like this in Infernal Machine on PC. Sadly, we don't. But here, all slopes are just a suggestion on the original PC version. They are not locked doors. You can destroy them and go through.
Yeah.
So on the original PC version, again, out of bounds is accessible, although not as freely. But for any percent, being able to roll up slopes means that skipping all the pistons and accessing the final boss instantly is very simple.
Yeah.
I wish I knew the PC route for 95 souls route, because that would be more representative of how easy it is to sequence break the other dungeons that you don't see in any percent. Now next, I can talk about PlayStation, which is the third fastest version for any percent.
Where you have a world record.
Where I have the world record. To sequence there, you have two main tech. First is walking on lava without the intended upgrade. That's a glitch only possible on the PlayStation version, because for whatever reason, they don't kill you in lava instantly. You need to walk a bit on the lava, and then the game realizes, oh yeah, I should kill you. So if you fall into lava and you don't move too much horizontally, little taps of forwards, or any, but usually forward, do tiny little steps on the lava.
Oh my god.
Do tiny little steps on the lava to walk across a whole lava pool without any issues.
That's the
So in
silliest bit of
locations
tech.
So in locations with lava, you have a lot of very cool and very free sequence breaks.
It almost sounds like safe scumming the video game.
Now the funny thing is, the walking on lava is better on NTSC than on PAL, because the way you start it, the most common, the simplest way is you do a roll onto lava, because that way you fall on top of it without dropping down too suddenly. Something about the animation lets you survive the initial contact with lava, and then you can do the tiny steps. Now, I mentioned that the way the lava kills you is you move too much horizontally in a short span of time. The problem is, because of NTSC and PAL conversion jank, the roll is longer. The roll animation is longer on PAL, which means you move too far on PAL and you die on the lava, unless you have a location where you can stop the roll with a wall, so the wall blocks you from moving too far in a direction, and that way you survive the lava. So it's fine for any percent, but for cheesing the whole game, I think NTSC is optimal, is what I would say if there wasn't the other piece of tech.
Oh God! But wait, there is more.
There's more. NTSC gets better lava walking, but on PAL, PlayStation version, you have extra bit of tech, and that's I'm just gonna call it PAL jump, because that's what it is. On PAL, European jump. If on PAL, if the game FPS is higher than 15, you just jump higher.
What?
You just do. Again, it's probably NTSC to PAL conversion jank, which changed how the animations work. And if the frame rate is high enough, which I found experimentally to be 15, the jump is bigger in all ways. So you jump higher and therefore also longer, or further, I should say. And as you can imagine, being able to jump like half a block higher and one block further unlocks immense potential for all kinds of like small but significant sequence breaks, because anytime there's a platform that you are not intended to be able to reach because it's 2 blocks high, suddenly you can just grab the ledge and climb up like a Chad. So lots of souls in the 95 soul route are very fast to collect on PAL, because you can climb up platforms that you were not meant to. So I still have yet to do a full run. I've done lots of routing for all the different dungeons for the 95 soul route. I want to do a 95 soul run on PAL for the PlayStation Shadow Man. I probably won't do it on real hardware though, just because of playing 2 or something hours on the D-pad and trying to go fast. I don't know. Maybe I got some practice though, because I've been playing lots of Tomb Raider, but Tomb Raider is much slower, and also I haven't been speedrunning Tomb Raider. It was just playing casually, so I don't know.
Yeah, also when I did my Indiana Jones Infernal Machine with Peru on the Game Boy Color, that was 2 hours, 25 minutes. Your hands get sore when you are focusing on a run that long. I actually got hand cramps at the end of my run there.
Yeah, playing on arrow keys is just more comfortable.
True. I was mostly playing on my Xbox controller, but
So I did PlayStation Any % on real hardware, because I really wanted to showcase how PAL on real hardware is not only possible, but possibly faster than NTSC. I just wanted it to be the ultimate showcase of that region and that game on that hardware. But if I do 95 souls, I'm just not gonna bother with hardware. I'm gonna run it on emulator.
you already show the world what your skills are with the game on real hardware, so I wouldn't blame you. Also, let's be honest, the D-pad on the original PlayStation controller is shite.
What? I actually like it. I think PlayStation D-pads are the best D-pads.
But I guess you
Something
are playing it on PlayStation 2, so you have a PlayStation 2 controller.
something I personally don't
Fair.
like. I don't like, and the Xbox One controller here does it too. If the D-pad, the whole D-pad is one bloody physical button, I'll prefer my D-pad to be separate, 4 separate little buttons.
Yeah, but that's the Sony way.
Yeah, but I like the stick layout more on the Xbox controller than on the Sony
I've
controller.
actually never handled a DualShock 1 or even the original digital controller. So, I mean, Clement, if you have something to say about that, because yeah, absolutely you are correct that I'm playing it on PS2. So I have a PS2 controller. Is the
The
PS1
PS2
controller bad?
is nicer.
So the PS1 controller, personally, I don't like because it doesn't have the sticks. So, and as you know, when they launched the DualShock Controller 2, it was compatible also with PlayStation 1, and they added analog control to it. So it depends.
Already PS1 had sticks. It just came out later.
Exactly, and they came later. But the ones that I have for my PlayStation 1 are the original, so I don't use them. I mean, I don't really use the PlayStation 1 also. I'm playing on PlayStation 2. I think you have some advantages with loading and texturing, some filtering, if I'm not mistaken.
It's optional though, because you need to enable it in the firmware settings. The default is all original, so unfiltered textures and original discrete speed, because it can technically break some games, but I haven't played a game yet that was broken by the faster loading. It's just pure advantage. But yeah, I mean, as far as I know, the PS1 and PS2 should be similar. I don't know if like something like build quality. And the analog buttons of the PS2 are not a factor if you play a PS1 game. And I actually don't like the analog buttons. It's really annoying. If you try to play a racing game on PS2, they love to use the analog buttons. Like they will put acceleration or on X, but it's analog. So to get full gas, you need to press really fucking hard, and I hate it.
Yeah, with some controllers you feel like, am I going to push these buttons in my bloody controller here, or what is happening?
Yeah, I just hate being so rude to my buttons. You don't need to press it like your life depends on it. Just hold
buttons.
It a little bit.
Good buttons.
Yeah, it feels like I'm abusing my controller, and I hate it. And I have two DualShock 2s, and one of them, they're both used more or less, but one of my controllers is probably more than less used, and the X button in particular has been pushed a lot, so I need to press it really, really hard to get full gas. So it's almost unusable for anything that uses analog buttons.
It's like not even an X anymore. It's like some former glory thing.
Nah, like the button looks fine, but you can just tell that the membrane inside has seen some use. So yeah, I don't that controller. It's a silver one. It got relegated to controller 2. I mainly a black one that is in much better condition.
the controller when the little brother or sister or cousin comes to play.
Yeah.
The Mad Cat's controller, basically.
By the way, because the way controllers behave in time, for newer consoles, I used to buy more controllers and I kept them new just for backup, because it's pretty hard to find at a good price new controllers for old consoles. So just to have a backup for the future, I bought more. Especially I bought some special editions and stuff like that to be something also collectible.
Yeah. Speaking about controllers, insert the whole thing about Clement's N64 controller and Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine thing here.
What's with my controller? Because I tried to.
You don't remember? You bought a whole new controller?
Oh yeah, I remember. I bought two, but one of them is at Kovic now.
Yeah, the V1 brawler.
They released a new one. Meanwhile, no.
Oh, really? I don't know about that. Roller. Let me have a look. I'm interested. Is it just a small update or a V3? Let's see. V2. Fender.
Oh, good.
I would have jumped so hard if I would play the game and suddenly an anybody was like sliding off screen beside you. It scares the shit out of me when that happens.
Original V2 out of stock. Color V2. NSO edition. Hunter.
Blue is reminding Kovic about the sequence break on N64.
Oh yeah, I never finished it. I got distracted by controller talk.
Yeah.
Yeah. Before going back, I just want to say that the console that I have the biggest problems with controllers and to find good controllers is the PlayStation 3, because if you if you look on the internet, you'll find a lot of new PlayStation 3 controllers, but they are fake. They are made in China. And now it's pretty difficult to be sure that you buy a good one on the
I
market.
wish you lived here, since there is a specialty shop in the Netherlands that only ships to Belgium and the Netherlands, like refurbished controllers from Sony.
Okay, refurbished. I'm talking about new controllers. So the new controllers basically are fake. Now on the market are from China, all of them, and they fake it pretty well. If you will look on YouTube after PlayStation 3 fake controllers, you'll be amazed what you'll find there. There are some funny examples.
So they're fake, but are they bad?
Yeah,
they suck.
they are. Yeah.
Okay.
But
So they are visually similar, but
yeah, and all they copied everything, including the packaging and stuff like that.
now let's talk about sequence breaking N64.
Okay, so N64 for any percent. blue screen did fine. A good piston skip, which involves... so on PC you can roll up slopes, and it turns out on N64 you can just run up slopes, but it's a bit more complicated than that. Okay, can I just interject myself? Because this location, this is a perfect example of what you can do on PlayStation, on PAL. So there is this pillar in the middle that you cannot like grab at all, but the walls around it are actually grabbable, but they're too high. But on PlayStation PAL, you can just jump and grab it because of the higher jump.
Like, fuck
To
you,
give
sequence.
you an idea.
Fuck you, sequence. We are gonna break it.
That's a
Anyhow.
That's a pretty big skip actually, because the intended way to reach that soul, you have to climb a really long ladder, or it's not actually a ladder, but works like a ladder. And the animation for climbing that is so slow. It saves over a minute, that jump.
Nice. Nice.
Anyway, kind
Anyhow.
of drop down here in this room.
Sequence
All the
breaking N64.
Yeah, so you can run up slopes, but it's a little more complicated than that because it requires two slopes actually, or more like a corner. You need a corner with a slope, and I'd say the more acute the angle, the better it works. And there's not too many like this. In the piston room, it's a 90-degree angle, and that works pretty well. But usually in the wild, because lots of the areas are natural, like it's rocks and stuff, it's very hard to find an angle that actually works. So I think there's like 2, maybe 3 places where we found out that this works. But one of them is the piston, thankfully. And so what you need to do is you need to like jump, and then you keep holding the jump button, and you run sideways, and Shadow Man will run up the slope. Now then the problem is, if you let at the top where the slope ends, he will then start sliding back off. So just before the end of the slope, you need to do a jump and land on the platform. And the problem is, he carries jack shit momentum. So landing on top of anything is slightly challenging.
Yeah.
And also,
Totally that.
for whatever reason, this trick is affected by frame rate. So,
Oh god.
similarly to the PAL jumps, you need the more FPS, the better, basically. No, I'm lying. For this trick, the less FPS, the better. For whatever reason.
PAL for
I
the
just
win.
realized. So, not even PAL. So, it turns out, if you play without the expansion pack, you get worse frame rate. Even though, if you have the expansion pack, it offers high res and low res. Even the low res is faster with expansion than without it. But thankfully, you don't need to play without expansion pack for the any percent route, because you can just rotate the camera. And I described in last stream how there's 18 different camera angles on the N64 version. So if you just turn the camera a bit, you will manipulate the frame rate and the trick works. Yeah, so that's a funny one. But if we take the 95 souls route, there's not really many sequence breaks. From the N64 version onwards, they pretty much patched all the quirks with the game, and you just have rock solid movement, rock solid collision. So the sequence breaks are like, here's an unintended diagonal jump or something like that, or the occasional, they did not quite mean you to grab this, but you actually can if you jump just precisely enough, that sort of stuff. So the 95 soul route for N64 record for that, I think, is 2 hours and 20 minutes. And I think I could beat that on PlayStation. Although, even though PlayStation loading times with the CD and stuff.
Yeah.
And then you have the Dreamcast, which came out last.
Look what blue.
The barrel skip.
Great.
I don't know what he means by that.
Anyhow, to save you a bit of time so Blue can respond, is each time you said the piston room, I was like, no, it's not the Tanchan River room. No, it's not that room.
Barrel.
Fire barrel thing. In the asylum.
It's not a barrel, it's a pipe. Okay, yeah, that thing. Yeah, so in the asylum, it's mainly in the gateway, but you also see them in the cageways. There are pipes that exhaust fire, and you are meant to have an upgrade that lets you shimmy while touching the fire. But it is actually possible to climb on top of the fire, skipping the trigger that actually damages you.
Now you are going to the Dreamcast.
I'm not finished.
Version. Okay, I'm sorry.
Because that's one way to jump past that, but it's really precise, like super precise, basically hard to reproduce, but then we figured out a better way to do it, and that's pretty much just platforming, because the geometry of those pipes are that, like, the walkable part is a square, but the actual exhaust is a circle, which means you have cutouts on the tile where the exhaust is. And because in Shadow Man you can buffer jumps, you can just line up and then so that you jump on the cutout and you have a buffer jump, so you instantly jump again and you kind of do like a circle jump around the exhaust and land past the fire and everything. But okay, I wouldn't say that's a glitch. That falls into the category of really precise platforming.
Of abusing intended game mechanics. Which isn't the glitch.
Yeah, it's precise. It's a precise jump. It uses the geometry to your advantage because there's a cutout on the tile. It's not like in Tomb Raider. Cool. It's not like in Tomb Raider where if there's an object in the map, like whatever, it can be a chair, it can be a statue, they often have collision that covers the entire tile. Even though the object itself is smaller, the model is smaller, the collision for it covers the whole tile, so it basically acts like a wall. But that's not the case in this game, because it's not actually grid-based. Right, all the levels are made from bespoke meshes that the developers made in some really cool 3D editing program. And the game just pretends like it's on a grid, and it often looks very blocky, but it's not really on a grid. So all the models have normal collision. Okay, now for the Dreamcast. That version as of now, doesn't have any piston skip, any huge, like, platform-defining glitch that is useful
Yeah.
for anything.
So it's
There-
basically a glitch-less run.
Yeah, with an asterisk. Well, okay, first, I don't think anybody did a Dreamcast run yet, for those reasons, because any percent is not interesting unless you want to do 95 souls. And even in 95 souls, there's basically nothing other than any platforming that you could do. So I would say something might be very similar to N64 for the 95 souls route, but there is no way to skip the pistons. There has been experiments with walking on slopes, kind of similar to N64, except instead of walking sideways, you would run up the slope looking forwards.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember the exact button that you need to hold to glitch it out. But yeah, it didn't work in the piston room, and it barely works anywhere else. So it's, even though it's like in the archives, it's kind of useless.
Even before the VMU or something like that glitches out the game. Is it the VMU? Yeah, it's the VMU.
Yeah. For whatever reason, maybe it's the emulator, but for whatever reason, any game that uses it for saving, well, okay, just every game uses it for saving. It's just really slow. I don't know why. It takes ages to initiate the saving procedure. It's worse than PS1 memory cards. It's ridiculous.
It's like the save routine. It's like, if emulator, fuck player, save delay dot.
Yeah, I wonder if it's like that on real hardware or not. But from my experience, like saying Shadow Man to save takes you like 15 seconds.
I can check. We can check after the stream. Because I have the Dreamcast set up with Shadow Man.
Nice.
Cool.
The
can
default
do,
button for jumping on Dreamcast is Y, but for this game and not A or B. That is what Blue is saying in the chat. Now, this feels at home in a Shadow Man game and also in a Tomb Raider game, don't you think?
Why they call it a Tomb Raider clone. Blue is correct that the Dreamcast version uses a very similar binding to the PlayStation version because the controller is similar. The N64 has 6 face buttons, so they jumbled the buttons around, and you jump with A. But on PlayStation, default jump is triangle. You got lucky
Dang, I'm
there.
at stream. lucky bastards. Third time or something.
And again, this section with all the walkways that are made from wood, and they're
What the?
relatively detailed, like it's a model and stuff. Lags like shit. Lags like hell, runs like shit.
I always wonder why sometimes game developers back in the 90s were like, look at this cool tech, it lags out our game in our engine completely! But look at it, it's fancy, sparkly, and it makes our game unplayable in this area. But, ooh, look, shiny thing.
Oh. Man, so many Dark Souls here.
So many souls that you cannot reach.
Like never, or
Yeah, you can reach them, but from those openings, like from the other side, you get to them.
One day I'm gonna make a joke, and when somebody says Dark Souls, I'm just gonna hold up my copy of Bloodborne
I wish I had a box for Dark Souls.
Oh, I have one. Do you want to see it?
I'm not surprised you have one, but yeah,
I have the
I
limited editions for Dark Souls, both for
I-
PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360.
I bought my Dark Souls on PlayStation digitally, and not in a box. I only bought Bloodborne in a box.
And also for Dark Souls 2 and 3, I have the collector's edition with statues and all that.
You have Dark Souls 2 PS3 or PS4?
PC.
Okay, but then it's the original or the upgraded edition?
And it's the original because it's the collector's edition. It was released on the original one.
They didn't do any collector for the Scholar? Interesting.
I don't think so. I think they did a trilogy collector's edition, pretty expensive. It was $1,000. It was pretty nice, but too much. So that one came after they released everything for the 2 and 3.
Now, is this a boss lady?
There's more of them.
Since all the previous enemies were in blue skirts, this one was in red.
I think there's at least 3 sisters variants in total. Each more difficult than the last. Maybe the projectile they shoot is also slightly different, but don't quote me on that.
We have been talking about Shadow Man related topics, but not really what's happening on the screen. So tell us a bit about the Fire Temple and what's happening here, Kovic.
I don't often talk about what's happening because it's a balance of like talking and also not spoilering stuff.
Yeah, I have the same thing when we do our Deadmark streams.
But right now, there's this big chamber, and there are 5 buttons in total. And you can notice pressing each button lowers that thing in the middle. And when you activate all 5, the 2 halves of the circle will touch, and you will be able to. Is this pressed? I'm not sure. It isn't. You will be able to interact with it.
That sound after you pressed the button. That horn sound reminded me of Age of Mythology. Yeah, I'm sorry, but sound effects are just very memorable to me. Oh, Troy wants to play outside.
If you hold the jump button, you will jump longer. Mario physics. But yeah, would it surprise you if I told you that when I did N64 95 Souls run, this was one of the scariest parts of the game for me?
It crashes?
No, just because it's the platforming is hard, and if you die, you respawn on the warp point here, which is the mouth of this temple, which means you have to go through all the wooden walkways and those axes and hammers and stuff, and then you have to do this again. At least the game saves what buttons you pressed, so if you die, you don't have to press all 5 again. But that's just a band-aid. So for a speedrun, every time you die here, it's a minute lost easily.
Damn. Let me guess. That round thing is gonna turn into a portal.
I still have one, I guess, no? Or
No, it's connected. You can go into the middle.
Okay.
You will see what it does.
A portal or an upgrade thing.
Hedging your bets, I see.
Don't tell me it's a rolling thing for the lava.
It's a tattoo salon.
Oh, nice.
Now you have
So-
these red things on your arms.
And now only your red things can touch
no.
lava.
Okay.
It's not walkie-walkie, just touchy.
Okay.
So you see the flames there. You can touch them and shimmy across. And also you had those blocks that if you touch them, they burned you. Now you can touch them without getting hurt. So those orange blocks there. You might think back to one of these blocks in the prophecy chamber. Now you can push it and see what's behind it. So this is the first proper Metroidvania upgrade in this game. Now you have to well, in the original versions, now you would have to think back to everything that you saw so far, and figure out what new pathways you can go through. In the remaster, they tell you on the warp screen that, look, you can get 3 souls here, you can get 2 souls here, you can speak to this guy here. So streamlined a bit.
Which is good in my opinion. Really.
Yeah, I mean,
I have a
they
funny
don't.
thought.
It's at least you don't have like objective markers on the screen. It doesn't spoil you where to go. Just tells you that something is available. So I don't mind it personally. Although it is fun to figure it out on your own.
Oh
Now,
my
when
God.
we are talking about Metroidvania, I just had a funny thought. Would we call the original Zelda games, like before Breath of the Wild, also Metroidvania?
Ocarina of Time onwards, yes. I don't know about the first 2 Zeldas, or first 3, I guess. I mean, kind of, because you have something like the wooden platform that lets you go over water. So yeah, I guess so. There's just fewer mechanics in like the NES Zelda than in Ocarina.
And Zelda 2 is just
Zelda 2 is
Zelda
weird.
2. Zelda 2 is the Staff of Kings of the Zelda series.
That's why I corrected it myself, because I said 2 games, because I was thinking like NES Zelda, SNES Zelda, and then like, oh yeah, Zelda 2 is a game that exists. Oh, Zelda 2.
We shall not talk about that mountain.
But I hear it's a pretty cool speedrun.
True. Somebody is also a Carl Jobst enjoyer.
I don't even remember Carl Jobst making a video on it. I'm watching Arcus on Twitch, who runs NES games exclusively. For the longest time, he was the Ninja Gaiden guy. Held the world record in Ninja Gaiden for like 7 years straight. Until he was toppled. And I think he moved on from Ninja Gaiden, because if you catch his stream these days, he's usually running a bunch of different games, and he even makes like mini marathons for himself, where he will run like 20 NES games in a row. Just various games. I want to say random, but I don't think he chooses them randomly. He just chooses whatever he wants.
Which is a good thing sometimes, since that's the best way to find new speedruns to do. Since I'm always looking for a new game to run, but most of the games I feel any interest in running, since you need to have interest in the game you're running, since you're going to spend at least 50 hours or more with it. If the game doesn't interest you, it's not fun to run, in my honest opinion.
I thought you were gonna backtrack into the big chamber. Thought that was your plan.
I guess I'm done with this.
Yeah, you got the soul, so the way the level is laid out, it invites you to jump to the wooden walkway, which would bring you back up there, and that means back into this chamber. But you can backtrack like you did, and now you can shimmy over the fire there. The other path.
You know what I was first thinking when I saw the animation? When he was shimmying, like, is this gonna burn the tattoo off or something? And you need to re-get it in a way.
Huh. Fun fact about these effects that happen basically every time any of these power-ups are activated, there's a lot of smoke. And on the N64, the smoke just kills the frame rate. My theory is that the N64 is pretty famously fill rate limited because of its very slow memory and the unified architecture and the single RAM bus. And something like particle effect smoke is going to be very inefficient in that regard, because you have the finished image and then you start drawing the puffs of smoke on top of it, and you need to also blend them with the previous image because smoke is going to be mildly transparent.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that kills the N64, just
Sounds like
drawing over the same pixel a bunch of times and doing some blending on top of that. The PlayStation, for how shit that version runs, the smoke has no effect whatsoever. But here, it kills the frame rate. Also kills the frame rate on Dreamcast. I guess I haven't played that far into the Dreamcast version to experience that. But yeah, I mean, the Dreamcast version is a little jank also, all by itself. Look, there's a button there.
Where?
Where you just fell.
Ah, okay.
I guess that was necessary. To press. Okay. Note to self, play more Dreamcast. Nice jump. That's a strat on N64 that you can do.
Imagine that door being timed and it just sounds shut in your face.
That's a lot of blocks.
That's another block, see, eh?
Yeah, I think I mentioned that last time too, but I think the Dreamcast port is not very well made, because the game is not so graphically complex that the Dreamcast couldn't support 60 FPS on it, but it doesn't. It drops FPS. Whereas something like Soul Reaver, I think, is pretty much locked. And Soul Reaver is the same year, actually.
True.
Man, I should look into a Soul Reaver CD. I'd love to have that.
Yeah. You know, I showed it on Discord, but I haven't said it on stream. But I'm gonna take them out of my thing here. I got 2 new Game Boy Advance games! And they are a bit doomed.
It's too small. I can't make it out. Okay. Doom and the other one. Also Doom. Did they do separate Doom 1 and Doom 2?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Somewhere in this whole tub of games, there is also the Wolfenstein 3D game for Game Boy Advance. A game I want to have is the original Ace Attorney Game Boy Advance port. Well, Game Boy Advance port, no, the original Game Boy Advance version of Ace Attorney, but it's only in Japanese. But nowadays I have mostly all Game Boy Advance games I want in my collection. And I'm mostly looking in the direction of the PSP at the moment and the Nintendo DS. But yeah.
Found an offer for Tomb Raider 3 on PlayStation. They claim non-functional.
What?
Yeah, like for like $2, I see Tomb Raider 3 offer here locally. They claim non-functional, aka it's probably scratched a lot, but who knows what laser they tested it on. Maybe it could be salvaged.
I found an offer for Tomb Raider 3 second-hand on a very popular e-commerce store here in Belgium and the Netherlands for $80.
Tomb Raider 3, $80?
Yeah, second-hand.
That's nuts.
That's nuts indeed. What is price charting saying about that?
Bullshit, probably.
Price chart. Oh. The new price is $60.
For Tomb Raider 3 on PlayStation?
Yes.
Maybe something related with the remasters? Because they announced the remasters? I'm surprised.
Oh yeah. Oh. You see a graph like doing this, and then since this month it is like.
Okay. So what did
Roy,
I
what
do?
the fuck are you doing?
Kovic,
I'll be back in a second.
I'm
since
missing
my
something
cat is
here.
doing something strange.
Go right here.
Here?
Yeah. Did you go through here?
I guess I did. I got a Dark Soul.
Well, if you got it, then you're done.
Okay, this one, it's inaccessible. No.
Yeah, that's you get that one. A different path. I don't know what that window is though. Not there on 5th gen, definitely. Not sure if it's an original PC thing or if it's a remaster thing.
Okay. I guess I still need to jump up there. Ah. What?
So now, for more souls, I would warp back to the warp point in this location. Because in the actual temple part, there are no more souls that you can access currently. But there are 2 souls in this location that you can still get.
Uh,
Okay, I know why my cat was doing something strange. My heating just started. For whatever reason.
Go down the
My
stairs, back towards the blood pool, and go around the spiral. You will find another one of those fire blocks that you can push now.
Our good friend Cyrus has entered the chat.
hello. Welcome.
Oh, Cyrus? Redguard?
Well, maybe the profile icon.
And that's not the Elder Scrolls Redguard character.
Yeah. But we know him as Darky. But I don't know if he prefers that we call him by his old name or not. Or she, I don't know if it's a he or she.
Oh, you said to go down here?
No, go up the spiral.
Ah, okay.
And the thing is, I can't remember whether it's this spiral or the other spiral, but I think you want to jump to the left here. I think it's this corridor. That one, right in front of you.
Now, something I do notice, there are a lot of fireball and spike traps in this game.
Yep. Is it this way? Okay, so it's not this way. The gonna be on the opposite side of the room then.
Now, is there any lore we skipped with those sisters?
I did say it in the opening cutscene for this location. They're voodoo guardians of these temples, and the temples are, how do you call it? They're meant for Loa, which is gonna be some sort of voodoo god. I think, in theory, the first interaction you have with Loa is the Temple of Life, which is in the Wasteland. That's where that boss is that we didn't defeat last time. I'm wondering if maybe with the Death Head, the Goat Head, the purple goo weapon, he might go down.
La tête du mort, or the
That
head
thing.
of the dead. Literally translated, it's the head of the dead.
Yeah, I said it like English, the Death Head, but then I realized that's not a good thing to say.
Huh?
Ah, you need more soul level for this. Unfortunate. So, how many souls do you have in total?
12.
12. What does the warp screen say? Where can you collect more? Because the next level is 15.
Give me a second. Go back to the pause menu. Why the hell is there touche underneath Temple of Fire? That's the French verb for touching.
It says toucher. It relates to the power up that's in this location.
It's also the French verb to touch. Touche.
2 Dark Souls in Gateway, really? 3 Dark Souls in Temple. I know what those are. There's gonna be 1 Dark Soul in Prophecy Chamber as well. That's easy to get.
So for the next level, he needs 15?
Yep.
Let's go back to the to Netty for a break. I mean,
Okay,
He needs another refill.
Which soul?
For a break from for me.
Oh, yeah, I know which souls you can get in the asylum. It's from the toucher that you now have. I keep associating those locations with the walker, or marcher they call it.
They're in this world, Shadow Man. 5 mortal men touched by the power of the Dark Souls. Unlike you, they don't have the Mask of Shadows controlling and channeling the dark power. It twists their minds, fills their already tainted hearts with even greater perversions, and a hatred so terrible it has sent them insane.
Okay, so they're in this world, but where exactly?
That's your job, Shadow Man. You gotta go back to the asylum and find a way through. The same way the Dark Souls found their way into the 5. Hunt the mothers down, Shadow Man, and kick their sorry asses. But remember, they possess an immortal power, and only by taking their souls will you truly defeat them.
I need to rewatch the footage on this, but was that neck made out of rubber or something?
90s models, man.
Have you seen the neck? Holy shit, that was glitch.
I think maybe if you go in and out of the church, maybe she'll have more dialogue stacked. Maybe if you warp out and back in. Not sure how that works.
Okay.
There was also a cutscene for John T. I saw, if you want to have a listen to him as well. And then the Dark Soul in the Prophecy Chamber.
I followed the Dark Soul's trail into the asylum, but where the hell are the 5?
They're in this world, Shadow Man.
Oh, it's the
5
same
mortal
one.
men touched by the power of the Dark Souls. Unlike you, they don't have the Mask of Shadows controlling and channeling
Alt
the
to
dark
skip.
power. It twists their minds.
Well, that's disappointing.
Okay. So here we have a Dark Soul and a cutscene.
Yeah, this
I
war
guess.
point is going to be the cutscene, and the other one is the soul.
What can I do for you, Michael?
I have entered the asylum, a truly terrible place. Far more dreadful than even the most twisted mind could have imagined.
I suspected as much.
Nettie has informed me that I must find a way to reach the 5 from within the asylum. It would seem that the serial killers Thomas Deacon profiled for us are indeed preparing for the crossing over of the Dark Soul armies. I know that you and I may pass freely between the worlds of Deadside and Liveside, but what of the 5? How is it that they have been able to journey across the veil from the asylum to their Liveside layers?
Well, there was that little incident with Tommy Lee's undead gang a while back. Seemed like an aberration at the time, but thinking about it, could have been a trial run. You know, this may sound crazy, but I think you should be looking for a corpse. Or 5 of them.
5 corpses?
The way I see it, you trap 2 souls and keep them in a state of flux between the worlds. One in dead side, the other live side. neither can cross over from one plane of existence to the next, nor pass beyond. Ergo, a schism, or bridge is formed between the worlds. So, yes, you're looking for 5 ritually slaughtered corpses somewhere in the asylum.
Jonty, there are a great many corpses in the asylum.
Granted, but these will be special in some way, in a special place. Of course, if you do manage to find your way across to these psycho loonies, you better have your shadow powers at the ready. I got a feeling you're gonna need them.
The emphasis on certain words is a bit distracting. Or I might be a bit too harsh on voice acting.
Okay. Where is that? That. No.
Warp into the prophecy chamber.
But I see that. Okay.
Because it's the same location, but it has 2 different warp points.
But only on one of them, they say about the Dark Soul.
Because it's closer to here. It's literally in this place.
I'm trying to remember myself since I have forgotten a bit the layout of this game.
It is very windy. The world map helps, but it doesn't tell you the finer details in the individual levels.
One of my favorite Metroidvania games is actually on Nintendo DS, and it's called Monster Tale. And on there is, if you can read the map correctly, there is a lot of useful information on that. But this also helps. It gives you not really hand-holding, but it's like go in this area to find X and Y.
Okay. So we have 2 Dark Souls here.
Yep, go to the drawbridge and then drop left to walk on the pipes.
Alright. That was a
These are
little
the-
level.
So this is the pipe, and these are the fire exhausts that we talked about for Nintendo 64. And some precise platforming that you jump past them. But the intended way is to shimmy around them with the toucher gad.
Why the hell? I need to check something here.
Ah!
Got it.
Okay. This is annoying news for me. The software of my heating system is being very glitchy, and it's currently reading the outside temperature as 25 degrees, which is 25 degrees, but it also is putting on 2 of my heating units to heat it up in my apartment. What the hell is happening? It is like seeing lava on the stream, and it's like, I'm gonna make it as hot in this apartment as that. Anyhow, an ender of the rock has arrived.
Hello, Ender. How are you?
Before you and Kovic re-explained it to me how these zombies work, it didn't click to me that those were dangerous. It felt like atmospheric
No,
entities.
they steal your life, man.
Yeah, I know, but it didn't
okay.
click nor nor noticed. They are not zombies, they are telepathic vampires.
Yeah, at first glance you say that they are like the ones from Unreal.
Yeah, like just fodder.
Come on. Hmm.
How many souls was it?
Oh, here?
3, if memory serves me correctly.
I thought there was only 2 to collect in this location. So this is the second one, then that's good. And yes, this is intended, by the way. Now if you go all the way across the beam first, I think you might find some cadeau.
Dark souls are mine.
So Shadow Man is addicted to the drug called Dark Souls.
And Kovic also. Ah. You said if I go directly there, I cannot go. No? No.
Just have to walk all the way around first.
But maybe
Because yeah, I don't think he's grabbing it from here.
Maybe I have a save. Yeah.
Now you say I'm addicted to Dark Souls, but how many days since I last launched any?
In
I
before
didn't play
it
Dark
was
Souls
just
since
hours.
Monday.
My name is Kovic and I didn't play Dark Souls since Monday.
Because I played KOTOR instead.
But I play Dark Souls on the side. Is that the rest of the sentence?
No. When did I install KOTOR? I can check that too. I think it was Thursday. Right? Okay, okay, yeah, that makes sense. It was Monday. I didn't play Dark Souls since I installed KOTOR.
Dark souls are
So have
So-
you speedrun Dark Souls?
No.
Have a plan to?
Not really. I mean, definitely not any percent, because I don't like the glitches that the game has. So it would need to be something like all bosses. And yeah, I don't know. Not really interested.
No, that's fair.
But did you play Dark Souls until you killed forever the enemies?
That's only in Dark Souls 2 that they stop
Okay,
respawning.
yeah, in Dark Souls 2. Yeah, but I guess you need to kill them 12 times or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. I don't do it on purpose. It sometimes happens if you die too much. Definitely happened on my first playthrough.
Jumpy jump.
But yeah, I have been hooked on KOTOR, so I guess I installed it on Monday. And since then, I've got about 18 hours on it.
What is this?
So that
That's,
would amount to 3 hours of KOTOR every day.
very respectable. For me, my day job is so busy lately that I don't even have the energy to play games at the end of the day.
That's hard if you don't even have the energy.
Yeah.
But what is with this game? I don't know.
Like, why are we talking about it?
The game that you said you played it since Monday.
Yeah,
Knights
Kotor.
of the Old Republic.
Ah, Kotor. Okay, I didn't understand. Sorry.
Yeah, okay. This is another lock. It opens a really obscure door. I mean, fair
Yeah.
enough. If you say the abbreviation with a proper accent, it sounds like nothing. Kotor, 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 Kotor.
I was first thinking like Corridor 7? No.
Should have said it like a Czech person. Kotor.
Yeah, Kotor. Yeah, this is what I understand.
Yeah, that door got open. Well, it's a door / crusher. And for whatever reason, on the PlayStation version, there's actually a Dark Soul there. They moved one of the Dark Souls from this location in a different place, and they put it here. Which kind of sort of little messes up the route there. Well, it's not really, doesn't really matter for any percent. For 95 souls, I actually skipped this soul because getting it requires to backtrack here, which is kind of slow. Like backtracking through the level normally would be kind of slow. You could fast travel to the Path of Shadows and then quickly go through the level transition, but the level transition is not quick on PlayStation because it's PlayStation and you're loading from the CD and every level change takes like 15 seconds.
And what is the use of that room then?
Well, you saw, I think there was 2 Kado there in this version and every other version apart from PlayStation. Which, I mean, that's also valuable.
True.
It's a good collectible. And in the original versions, there's 516 of them in the game. Which means if you want all the health upgrades, you only have 16 Kado of leeway to make it. Whereas in this version, the remaster, because there's so many more locations and stuff, they decided to add in an extra 150 Kado for a total of 666 Kado. Nice meme. Which means getting all the health upgrades is much simpler because you suddenly have many more Kado of leeway. But if you want to open the super duper secret white soul door, you need to collect all 666 of them.
And then Satan pops up and it's like, fuck you! And that's the whole secret thing.
Now, and there's actually a substantial upgrade if you do it. It makes your shadow gun, I think, it means you don't have to charge it anymore because every shot is full charge or something like that.
That's awesome.
It's pretty strong.
At the end, close to the end of the game, that's awesome.
Not only end of the game, but also you maxed it. Because getting every single one of those is exactly as hard as it sounds. Because they can be very hidden, they can be in some stupid places, and also just finding all of them when there's so many.
Mm-hmm.
At least the remaster tracks them, right? If you open the pause menu, or even on the warp screen here, it tells you that Klamath has 24 out of 40 Kado in the gateway. Why does it say one more soul in the gateway? What did you not get? Because I thought it said just 2. And that would make sense for going the left. Did you get the one on that on the beam?
On the beam?
Yeah. If you go around this building the other side, so around the left, If you want to go faster, you can do some B-hopping. This is nice and open. I meant the sideways hop. Because it's really fast in the remaster. Yeah, it is. Look at that. Fastest way of movement. Is it there? No, I think he did get it. So there's a different soul somewhere. I think I know where. I think it's one left over on the left side. Right? That's what I get for not paying 100 attention.
Oh.
Because I don't even know where the soul could be.
Should I go there? Down there?
Shouldn't be anything on that side. I would try the other side again. Because were you up the tower? That's an idea I have for where the soul could be.
This is Blue. His suggestion.
Possible on the right when you get in the door. I don't know which one he means by that. That's what happens when they shift the souls around slightly in the different versions.
Okay, so about my heating problems here, because it was getting so hot, I was actually I just put it in the group chat of everybody in the building here, and apparently 2 other units have the same issue, and they just sent me a fix that I implemented, and it's cooling down in here. So yay!
Did you just hot patch your own heating system? That's hilarious.
Basically. You know what the issue is? They one of the people in the units in the other building across mine, but we are a whole big building, but like we have 4 apartment buildings, and in between those apartment buildings there are houses, so we form a square. It's a really fun project. And they said how crazy it sounds. Turn the knob to the max, and it actually overloads a sensor, and the heating unit just stops working.
I thought you were gonna say it starts the debug mode and cools down.
No.
Neko, it's good that it was a fix and not a DLC for which you should have played.
I haven't found EA stickers on my heaters. Imagine that in the future we have like Apple or Windows houses, and that you need to pay DLC for the heating.
What do you mean? We already have this with the cars. You don't know that, I guess, Mercedes or BMW, I don't remember. You
Tesla.
or Tesla, you had a DLC to For
Oh
speed?
yeah, for the glove box.
And for
the
speed?
glove box.
I mean, no. One of the... I don't think it was Tesla. Other car. If you
I know
want...
Tesla
definitely
was
is
the glove
Tesla.
box. Tesla was the glove box.
Tesla does also the acceleration DLC.
Okay, that one. Okay, that one. So, we are already there.
Yeah, and electricity is just one huge microtransaction.
Yeah, I need to say about this location, it's a really sad version difference. So because the outside of the gateway was reduced so much in size, this beam and the balcony and stuff, it would have nowhere to look at. So in the PlayStation version, you go up here this slope, and then it's just a dark like corridor leading into nowhere, and there's a soul at the end of it.
I thought for a bit it was auto aiming there.
It is always auto aiming.
Yeah, but like to nothing in that hallway.
There's the soul. So that's what I meant by the tower. Because if you look out through the grates, you will see this overlooks the outside. Level 4!
Well, that deserves something. That
Gonna be faster.
deserves.
It's gonna be faster.
I'm sorry, Kovic.
Alright, soul level 4, that means you can go into a new area now. And you can also open that gate, and that gives you a thingy.
That
That's
one?
a better idea.
Open
do
the
this.
coffin gate.
Yeah. The one that you couldn't open before when I led you there the first time, because I didn't realize we were missing soul level.
And the fuckers respawned. Now, besides the charge meter and the health, what is the other meter there? Is it the shadow level meter?
The shadow level is technically the purple one. The yellow one is the voodoo ammo for all the other weapons.
Okay.
Yeah, like this one, and then the head, the more. Yeah, I pronounced that perfectly.
Here?
Yeah.
Just don't get toasty.
More bugs.
Thankfully, not real game bugs.
It's a very buggy game.
And he is Hulk Smash.
Big power up.
I'm sorry, that power-up looked almost bigger than him from that camera angle.
Just zooms in a lot.
Yeah.
So now he's got thingies on his armies, and he can do a thingy with these blood falls. You
Don't
walk
tell
into
me.
them. Well, maybe not. Yeah, even this one, okay.
Okay. I thought he was going to do a Legend of Zelda Zora armor thing, like swoosh.
This is another one of those things that slow down the N64 into a crawl because of all the green smoke.
Why don't they just remove it then? Because developers want to be fancy? Or it's in the artistic vision of this game. The artistic vision of the game is also that it needs to be fucking playable.
Now, if you think back to the room with the spiral, there's a blood pool in the middle. The blood needs to come from somewhere. Like a fall. Ooh, another coffin gate. But this one is still level 5.
Okay, so I use the warp again, I guess.
Yeah, sure. That's probably the fastest way to do it, especially in this version. Because warping is fast. It's pretty interesting as well between the versions, right? N64 running from a cartridge. The warps are relatively fast. They're not super fast. There is some loading going on. It's probably decompressing assets, and that's why the game is loading. But it's still way faster than on the PlayStation. So for routing the 95 souls on PlayStation, I had to account for that sometimes warping is not the best idea.
Now it almost looks like there is poison coming from the walls while he is climbing. Since poison is almost green stuff.
Oh, no Dark Soul?
Right, the other one.
Do a swan dive. Ooh.
The underwater swim is really funny looking.
So the doors that I smashed earlier are back.
But that's what you meant with a really long ladder earlier.
Yeah. There's also one more reason why it's so great on the PlayStation, and that's because this jump can be pretty nerve-wracking. Right? If you miss the column, then you cannot go back up. It loses so much time, it basically kills the run on N64 if you miss this zone.
And they are really making you
Yeah, like that.
fight for it.
Fuck.
Is he going to load or to warp? Yeah, we have our answer. So, are you getting tired, Clement, or are you fine?
I'm okay. Are you getting tired?
A little bit. Little bit.
He admits.
Yeah, I admit my own shit.
It's the right one.
But I think most of it has to do because my heating system needed the hotfix.
We can get this.
No, it's fine, but I might be a bit less active.
What do we think? We can get this soul and then find the entrance into the next area, and then keep that area for the next part.
Okay.
And if we want to continue after that, it's fine by me. I will say when I'm getting really, really tired.
I guess collect the soul first and then jump across to get the other collectibles.
Or it's not a clement way of playing it by just first killing the enemies.
I would first get the items and then kill the enemies, if you want. Also, I think the other weapon is just better with the homing shots. Probably does less damage per shot, but you can spam that shit.
Okay. Ah, what the fuck?
It's a welcoming committee that doesn't like you.
Light it up.
If this would be a Doom speedrun, we would have used the BFG.
Reminded me of the way they kill the final boss in the remaster speedrun, which is hilarious.
It's like, and you're not there anymore. Something like that?
So there's a weapon in this game which is like a timed bomb. You place it on the ground and then it explodes. And you're meant to have soul level 8 or 9 to get it. But I mentioned the New Game Plus jumps that abuse the in-game cheat for changing the model. So they just go out of bounds and get it early. And then they use that to kill the boss, because specifically the second phase of the boss, because he spawns high up in the boss arena. But they do the super jump, and then mid-air they stack a bunch of those explosives, basically their full ammo bar. And then just as the boss spawns, gets blasted into smithereens, because he takes a lot of damage from that item. I think that was done for balance reasons, because the developers assumed, with the boss behaving normally and you playing normally, it would be really fucking hard to hit him with that ever. So they were probably thinking like, yeah, I mean, if anybody manages this, they deserve to do a lot of damage. So it's perfect for the speedrun, because they pretty much insta-kill the second phase.
That's awesome. That's like abusing intended game mechanics.
Using the little wink by the developers. So I think there's one soul that you can get in here. Or, well, not literally in here, but in this area. If you go actually backwards, you backtrack out of the prophecy chamber, there is a waterfall, which you can now climb, that has a soul. The waterfall climbing item actually unlocks a bunch of souls.
It's just a way to climb up to level 5.
think it's better if you jump down and then go like up the slope.
Down
And-
here?
Yeah. Down here and then up the slope and take the path on the right to reach the waterfall.
Here?
Yeah. This enemy sound, it spooks, yeah.
Yes.
But this enemy sounds like from another game.
No.
Just keeps happening. It just keeps happening.
Not again. I am infecting people. And this sitting is not good for my back.
No, but it's not Silent Hill. That's for sure.
Speaking of sounds, I was thinking if we did the calls not in a group chat but in a server, you could upload sounds to the soundboard, like custom sounds.
We could make like a private server with the 3 of us.
Or I don't know. I hear Clamet has a server. So
Yeah, I can make a
Yeah.
chamber there, no?
Yeah. Can have private channels limited to specific users.
True. But, sitting like that on my chair for a gag, that was not fine for my back.
And now I will not sleep at night because I will think from what game is this sound?
Okay, how did you get here?
I don't know. Where should I go?
The back, whichever way you came from. Oh yeah, and go down there to the right.
Oh, okay.
There's the waterfall.
Ah!
Spooky, scary. Is he wearing sneakers?
Excellent. Dark souls are mine.
Nike.
Why is that totally something I would hear Shadow Man saying? I have my shoes from Nikkei.
Alright, now you can warp back to the prophecy chamber and go into the wasteland. Because there's 3 souls you can get now. Using your new 4 souls you can get now using your new waterfall climbing ability. Let me show you a trick here that is all over the speedrun because it's you warp to this chamber so many times. Well, you're already up here, but basically you can from the floor you can grab the ledge that's to the left of the door that leads into this room.
Yeah, I did last time, but I forgot now.
And on PlayStation, because the jumps are higher, you can actually grab all the way. If you look to the left where that urn is, the other urn. There's an urn next to the gate, or at least there should be.
Maybe I shut it.
Yeah, basically, like if you think where the pillar is, the pillar is not there on PlayStation, and behind the pillar is where you can grab on PlayStation. Because the jump is so much higher.
Like somewhere here?
Yeah, pretty much there.
Okay, now I will enter here.
Yeah, yeah.
I think it's close time to wrap up for tonight.
Okay. Um,
So we can get the 4 souls here that are from the waterfall climbing, and then warp to the Temple of Life and leave that for next time. We can do the boss
Yeah, that's excellent.
next time.
The boss we skipped last time.
Okay, so where to now?
Yeah, so if you go through those corridors, you remember there's that area with a lot of water, and there's 3 waterfalls going into that area. And you can climb each one for some souls. These flying bastards. These guys are the sole reason why it's very preferable to learn the tricky jump that lets you skip or get the
These
souls
bloody
early.
bastards.
Yeah, so there's that waterfall that's furthest away, and you can jump on top of it without having the ability to climb the waterfalls with a really precise jump, or really precise on N64. It's free on PlayStation because of the bigger jumps, etc., etc. But even though in the 95 soul route you do get the waterfall climbing upgrade, and you could in theory get the souls later, because of those flying bastards, it's preferable to get it early, because, well, once they spawn in, if your soul level is too high, they will destroy you as you're trying to climb the waterfall, so you have to kill them. And they're really hard to kill, because the auto-aim at them is shite in the original version.
Damn. So why can he climb out there but not on the other ledge? It's
Because the other
same
ledge is
height.
ever so slightly higher. No, it's higher.
Oh! Visually, you wouldn't be able to say.
Alright, soul number 1. Now if you jump into the pool, there's a corridor underwater that you can swim through.
The lighting underwater is very pretty.
It's also very bright. God bless Nightdive for brightening this up. Because on a console, like the original console, it's very dark. And the PlayStation is darker than the N64. Even though my N64 image on NTSC is darker than it should be, because I have a wrong region cable.
Oh shit.
I have PAL cable, and for N64 there's like a resistor somewhere, and I think the way it works is On PAL, the resistor is in the cable, and on NTSC, the resistor is not in the cable, but it's in the console itself. So if you plug a PAL cable into an NTSC N64, you have a dimmer image than you should have. And vice versa, if you plug the NTSC cable to PAL console, you would have too bright image. But at least on N64 Shadow Man, you have a brightness option in-game. So you can boost it back up. But it's still very dark underwater. On PlayStation, you have no settings. But at least I have the correct cables, but still it's super dark on PlayStation. In fact, when I did the any % run on real hardware, the final boss arena is also really freaking dark. And I had to like darken my windows, block all sunlight so that I could see the boss.
Jeez.
Okay, this is the second one.
Yeah, but continue climbing this, because there's a button as well that you need to press.
That's some awesome visuals.
Very fancy cutscene.
Yeah.
Not many buttons do this, for whatever reason. That's another
know-
aspect. When I first saw Shadow Man, I just saw up to this part, and I thought that the game is going to be like this, like a lot of cool buttons. And it ends up there's not too many of these.
Yeah, maybe those huge set pieces just took too much time to develop and create.
Yeah, I think there is an aspect of ambition ahead of means with this game. Because if you look at it cynically, a lot of it is just a bunch of corridors that are like pretty drab. I'd say almost depressing. And not many set pieces like this. Also, can we appreciate those cool new dynamic shadows being cast by the windmill
Yes.
here in
we
the
can.
remaster?
Now, what did that button actually do besides giving you the cool animation?
So now that this mill is spinning, it means that a lift in a different room is operational, and you can use it to get another soul.
So it's basically a power source.
Yep. So now you want to swim back through the corridor.
Down.
Yep, swim. Through the corridor, like the underwater passage.
Alright. Oh man, just imagining this section in the dark, rather said. I wouldn't want to be you, Kovic, to run that.
It's also different kinds of dark, I'd say. Because on PlayStation, it's just plain...
That's a bad time to crash. Or to have his internet shit out.
It's fine.
Okay.
On
You're back.
PlayStation, it's plain dark. On N64, it's a very thick, dark red fog, which effectively is the same dark, but it's like a different kind of dark. Because if you're really close to stuff, you can see them. So when I swim on N64, I orient myself by hugging wall and looking at the texture. And I'm like, yeah, I'm expecting this texture, and then I can turn right, and maybe I will reach my destination.
The maybe in your explanation.
I'm not gonna claim that I could swim through it blindfolded.
The fuck?
That. Whoa, Clement, that made me jump.
Yeah, because I'm playing with the stick and it was a bit to the left
To the right.
or
To the back.
to the right.
Yo. One hop this time. One hop this time. And you know the rest of the joke.
Neko, you know, someone
Yeah?
that looks at our streams could resume our streams. There are 3 guys that are getting together to play some games until Neko is sleepy. So where is that?
We just call our stream show the when Neko falls asleep, the stream ends.
Exactly.
Right, so you see the 2 corridors in front of you. You came out of the right one, so you go to the left one now. You're back here, and you see that waterfall in front of you, pretty much to the right. That's where the last soul is that you can get using the waterfall upgrade. Now, I don't think it will let you climb up this platform from the water, so you need to jump on top of it.
Blue wanted to make the same joke, by the way, Clement. About me falling asleep. But yeah, it has been a long day, so... But October and November be months where I'm more free to do things, so we might be able to challenge our stream record.
Anybody doing anything nice tomorrow?
Yes, I'm planning to write.
Nice and creative. I'm planning to have a nice 2 hours in the afternoon and watch the Grand Prix.
That's also something fun. But I still haven't decided on what game I'm going to write tomorrow. Well, technically today, but
So we'll end it here.
Yeah, I just suggested to warp to the temple first, so that we can
Okay.
pick right up.
Here.
Yeah, Temple of Life. Because right now, you would have what? At least 2 souls in the temple that you can get, and also kill the boss.
Yeah, how many souls do we have at the moment? Close to 20, I think.
22.
22, yeah.
So level 5 is 23 actually.
Lal.
Okay.
The souls, they ramp up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, so this is it. um,
It's
I
a
feel
nice 4-hour stream.
I feel that we did some progress today.
Oh yeah, we did.
Kovic, how much? I mean, how much? How many hours do you estimate?
A lot.
Ah, okay. I mean, it makes sense because we have 22 Dark Souls from 120.
Yeah. Although to be fair, there's an end game after you get all the souls, right? Involving the bosses, so or almost all the souls, because each of the bosses drop one. But what I'm saying is, like, in terms of locations, we are sort of past the early game, I'd say, going into mid game, but that still means there's 4 locations in the asylum, 2 more temple dungeons, and then the bosses.
Okay,
Let's
so
say it's stream or 3-4.
Yeah, I'd say like similar to Tomb Raider, at least in terms of length.
it's a clone. It's definitely it's clear now. Even in terms of length. Okay, next week I will not be available for streaming, so we'll take a full week break. I mean, we'll see in, if possible for all of us in 2 weeks from now. I mean,
See
Friday,
if my internet is fixed by then.
in 2 weeks.
It will. It will. Like, I. Otherwise, I will. No.
Hey, we made it today despite the issues.
Exactly.
So maybe you'll fix the router and change it.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm hoping to change it at this
I
point.
need to do this also, but every time I see that it's working, I say, okay, next time. I mean, it needs to crash for a few days to convince me. I mean, my router is from 2012. No,
Yeah, something like
2011.
that.
2011. So it's 12 years old. It's amazing. How it.
It's an Asus one, and those are pretty damn good and reliable.
Sorry.
So, yeah, next week will be also next time will be our usual schedule, like on Shadow Man back on the Friday and Harat on the Saturday.
Yeah, and oh, sorry. After Rot, I guess we'll start Alan Wake. Possibly will be too late. I mean, in terms of Alan Wake 2, I think it will be released.
Oh, wow.
We'll see. Okay, so thank you very much, Neko and Kovic and everyone who joined us. And see you in 2 weeks from now.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.